Hello everybody, good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what time it is for you where you are. Happy Sunday, welcome back to Hazel's stream. Welcome to our final Collector's Bounty stream. We're done with mount runs, but there's still transmog to be had. Don't mind me. I decided to wear a black shirt today, and the one downfall is that I can't stop from hugging dogs. Mainly, but not limited to mine. That helps a little bit. Cat fresh on brand, right? Let's see here. We have some loud game music. I want to find out today what the number is if I try to farm Mog all stream. How many pieces can I get? Yesterday we were farming Mog. We had 225 pieces yesterday, but it was a little bit all over the place. So today I want to see if I focus on bulk. You know, I do like 25-man raids, things that don't have, you know, that aren't Battle for Mount Hyjal. And see within a 4-hour stream what our total can be. So before I start that, I got enough rep for my first ever Goblin Paragon cache, and I wanted to open that on stream with you guys. I could have done it last night off stream, and then I thought, no, I gotta save it. I gotta save it. I need to know if I get a mount. But then we'll pick an instance, pick a character, have at it. Hey, we got a mount! First attempt on Steamweedle Paragon. And I am the proud owner of one Steamweedle supplier. There we go. Who said mount runs were over? 10-man versions, most of knowing that buff. Today's all about bulk. We're doing the most pieces that we can scrape today. That's the name of the game. I am, let's see here, checking out my new mount, first of all. Congratulations to me. Steamweedle supplier. Yeah, it's a rocket. Those are good. Love that. I was gonna say mount number goes up. Okay, I'm gonna take her to Dornegal. This is the character I'm gonna check my all the things overall number on. I find it's more consistent if I take my readings, so to speak, on one character. Even though it shouldn't matter, it for some reason still does. I'm going to take a look at the list. I'm going to pick a place to start. I'm not going to agonize over it too much because that's precious Mog running time. Small price to pay for dog hugs. Sometimes, in the wise words of Jeeves, sometimes you just have to pick something and move on with your life. So we're starting out at 59,552. Which is 72.59 of the things that I am farming. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to farm Mog in large quantities. And then at the end of the stream, we can check back in and see what that number has become. Yesterday, we did 4 hours, and I managed to get it up to 225 pieces collected across 4 hours, but I think we can do better. We spent a lot of time being confused by RP. I'm so unlucky with head drops from Yogg-Saron. Oh, I'm so sorry. Final countdown. Oscar79, thank you for the 59-month resub. Appreciate it. You're so happy. Yeah, but you have lots. You have lots already. You have plenty. Dungeons and raids. So we're doing raids. We're doing probably Siege or later in Mapu's remix. We don't need to worry about that. If I'm looking at WoD raids that I'm missing a lot of stuff from, I think Blackrock Foundry Heroic is where I'm going to begin. So let me go ahead. I'm not going to mess around with tier tokens today. I think that's going to slow me down too much. I will keep them to mess around with them on a later... Oh, somebody bought my thing. To mess around with them at a later time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill the bank or the mail of my old bank alt that I still have with this garbage, and I can make that a later me problem. Lovely. All right. I want to go to Blackrock Foundry. Means I want to use my Garrison Hearthstone. I'm pretty sure this character played through WoD, so hers should work lovely. Can't think of any faster way to get there. We're just going to fly. BRF does tier weird anyway. Blackrock has this thinky part. Delivery driver with my dinner just came. Oh, nice. What you got? What you got? I had an odyssey over dinner last night. We had decided we were gonna go we're gonna take Moose out for a walk. We were gonna go a little extra far, and we were going to go to like a pet treat supply place to get him some of his favorite cookies that he hasn't had in a long time. And then we were like looking at places, like we were hungry and we didn't really have any dinner plans. And we were looking at places we could pick up dinner and places we could call in. And I was looking at menus, and it was just too many things to choose. And eventually I was looking at it, I was looking at the prices, and I was like, never mind. And then we just went anyway. And I made like a stuffed huevos rancheros when we got home. I did some black beans and salsa and sour cream and eggs and toast because I didn't have tortillas. And it was delicious, and I saved about $70, so that's where we're at. Everbloom port. Ooh, that would have been good. If there is a next time or another character, I'll probably do that. But maybe this character might need her dungeon port. We may end up using it for something else. That sounds wonderful, the meal. It was pretty good, yeah. I was looking through my pantry being like, if I did hypothetically move, what things do I not want to drag with me? And I was looking at this can of black beans being like, you... You're not coming. You're coming in my belly. There's Blackrock Foundry. I'm going on heroic, I think is what I said. I think that's the... Yeah, I have the least amount of heroic Foundry mod collected. So we'll start there. We can run it again. We could run it back on normal. We could even run it back on mythic, although I have about 69% of mythic mod. If I'm looking at Legion raids, some of these... Battle Valor doesn't have that much stuff. You have to think about the overall amount of stuff as well as the percentage. Nighthold. I've got like half of Nighthold, which is kind of interesting. A little bit more on Mythic because that's where the mount runs, where Tomb of Sargeras is pretty empty for me. I need lots of Tomb of Sargeras. I may end up going in there. Wearing a hoodie, it's 38 Celsius here. Holy smokes. It's about 14 outside. I think it might be 19 Celsius inside my apartment right now. 38 is unreasonable, and I'm very sorry. At least ended up with a good dinner. I am a fishitarian, and I will be stealing that word. I'm Hazel, and I'm a fishitarian. Alrighty, we're on the right difficulty. Off we go. There's going to be some amount of getting lost running these instances, because a lot of these I haven't run in a long time, and I do want to be full clearing. So I will get a little turned around, but what are you gonna do? Indian food, curry tikka with naan, mango lassi. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Go all difficulties if you fly someplace. Kitty, come up here. I should also probably try to not die on elevators. Don't worry so much about trying to help me out with my directions. We'll get it figured out. This seems like a perfectly reasonable direction to go. I miss you. Hi. How you doing? She woke me up at like 6 this morning for, as far as I can tell, no reason. She just said, meow, and I was like, what? And I like crawled out of bed to go check what she needed. And she had water and she had food, and I put a little more food in the bowl just in case she felt like she needed it to be, you know, fresh. Sometimes I feel like she just wants someone to do something for her. It's not really about whether she needs it. She just kind of wants to feel like it's like something's happening. Okay, they are talking. That's good. She just wanted a hug. Don't worry about trying to min-max my roots. Please just relax. Enjoy stream. I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do anyways, so we'll all be happier if we just let it be. We'll figure it out. Hi. Achievements window. Let's see. There we go. Enjoy stream. Enjoy this show. Sit back, relax, make popcorn. Never. There we go. And this way. It's funny to me that there's achievements that I'm getting for the first time in really old content just from having come through here on Mount Runs. Alright, there's Hans and Franz. Bonus loot. Oh dear. Okay. I think I used to farm bonus rolls. How many did we get? A couple of things there. I think I used to farm bonus rolls on, for like mount chances or something. It was always very weird which mounts you could bonus roll and which ones you weren't. It never did us the favor of being consistent. On the topic of food, I am having one of those days where I'm just ravenously hungry. that means I can have extra treats, right? Listen, your body needs it. Your body's telling you something. Sometimes I'll have moments where I'm like, I need to listen to what's going to happen for the day. And then just kind of do damage mitigation, you know? Like, what's the least bad choice? Not that eating is a bad choice. Eating is a great choice. You probably need it. But when I get in one of those moods where I'm just feeling like indulgent, I'm like, all right, I'm doing something. What is what is the thing I'm going to regret the least later, basically? So last night I spent a bunch of time on the couch. I watched a movie. It was very fun. But I didn't have the ice cream, so I slept, I think, a little better. Oh, another piece of transmog. Oh, I actually needed the mog from that other piece of transmog. That's nice. My keyboard is a Logitech one they don't make anymore, which I'm kind of grumpy about because it's nice. I like using Sherry MX Brown mechanical switches, but I find most mechanical keyboards more or less get the job done. I haven't really had a bad one. I think it happens after I do a lot of cardio and exercise, and I cycled a lot yesterday. Yeah. Body's trying to tell you something. Oh, look at all that stuff. Wow. I'm just going to use all these bonus rolls in heroic. I don't see why not. Another piece. And then, oh yeah, we're going, that's right. If I look at the floor, look, if there's another way out, it's probably a good idea. Probably. Found a mango sorbet recently. Utterly delicious. So mango-y. Not heavy. Oh. I do love mango. I buy frozen mango on sale whenever I can, and I use it in smoothies. I had a plum, or a bite of a plum anyway. It's that season where people are harvesting their plums, and they have more plums than they can shake a stick at. Iron Maidens is a later me problem. I guess we're just looking at them for oh, this is just a shortcut back to the elevator. Gotcha. I'm looking forward to the train guy. Oh yeah, it was really good. People are like setting up like boxes of plums just like by the street being like, please take some. Used to use them as ice cubes in ice water on hot days. Oh. Bought a new air fryer. It's awesome. Nice. What's your favorite thing to air fry? Should I do Slagworks? Iron assembly and Slagworks. I think that the best thing for me to do is just invent things, and then we'll find out. We'll remember where all this is. Hello, Hazel. How are you doing? Hello, Keep Up Hope. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. It is nice having the temperature fall a little bit recently. I appreciate that. I'm sure there will be more heat this summer, but at least for this week, it is calming down, which is nice. Let's do Ore Gorger first. ATT boss order, generally pretty good. Yeah, we'll get it sorted out. I think the best thing will be for me to just go and not get too frustrated. Before the train guy, you can kill the ads too fast and get locked out of progress. Ooh, okay. Spooky. I haven't farmed this in a long time. I used to farm this weekly for mounts. I used to do clears of Blackrock Foundry for Black Hand's mount. Because I did it before they made raid skips account-wide. So for every character that I wanted to do it on, they needed to do 4 weeks of full clearing. It was a long time ago, though. I think I got that mount some time ago. What kind of stuff do you have for me? Oh, look at all that. Look at all that pink text. I moved my chat log up to show on stream just so that I could share the joy of tons of pink text with you guys. Wow. Isn't that nice? We must have more eyeballs in our transmog than any other like body part. ATT seems to alternate between alphabetical and raid order. I haven't played WoW since the last season of Dragonflight. Would you say now is a good time to come back? Maybe wait till midnight? I think now is a great time to come back. If you wanted to just do an expansion in full, though, you could maybe procrastinate for another like 3 months and then come back, and then you'll be kind of a little later into the last raid tier here, so you can just sort of do any catch-up stuff. I bet you that's probably when they're going to be... Beta will be in full swing and stuff. Think though, wow. They caught a pig! My favorite NPC dialogue in WoW. Air fryer breaded pickle chips we tried. Surprisingly good. Crisp and tangy. Air fryer breaded pickle chips. Holy. I was never brave enough back when I did have an air fryer to put like wet batter in it because I felt like it would just make an enormous mess. But I never actually tried it. So, oh, I got Girl's lip ring and a bunch of other stuff from Girl. That's nice. There we go. So we got to do blast furnace, which might be a teensy tiny bit annoying. But I think I remember how it works. We'll see. Farming Draenor mogs earlier with my partner, and I showed them the garrison, how close we once were to a full housing feature. More than a decade later, finally there. Yeah, I kind of blame garrisons and the reception to them, which I kind of blame garrisons for why it took so long for us to get proper housing. Although, maybe the fact that it took so long is great, because maybe, you know, technology had to catch up. They can do it properly now. If they had forced it out 10 years ago, it might not have had as good of a foundation to build on. Technical issue. I think there's a little bit of a philosophy problem as well. I think they didn't really think through the social effect in the game of locking everybody up into private instances all of the time. It kind of turned WoW into like a lobby queue kind of game, which was weird. Not ideal. What? 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 Is that enough? We gotta do the other side? I actually have no idea if that was helping. It looks like it. I got that thing down to like half. Somehow possible to still get the pirate dragon. I think you're gonna have to wait and see if they put it on the time walking vendor eventually. That's what happened with the previous Turbulent Timeways mounts. They ended up on the time walking vendor, the classic one, for badges. That's probably what will happen to the pirate dragon as well. Oh yeah, it's working. Here we go. Here's one side. It takes more bombs than I remember it taking. Come. Attitude towards the game shifted over the years. Ian gave a phenomenal talk about that recently. Yeah, the last patch of WoD was a bit tough. Like, they did put out Tanan Jungle and Hellfire Citadel, but it was a hard raid to leave us in for, like, what, 14 months? That was the beginning, actually. Hellfire Citadel was the raid that converted my guild from year-round to seasonal. Up until that point, we raided 2 nights a week forever. Maybe 1 night a week when we were in farm, but, like, we would farm until the next tier came out. And in Hellfire Citadel... I guess we only did that for like 2 tiers, but in Hellfire Citadel, we were doing that, and we were trying to do that, and our tank, we just kept losing people because people couldn't stomach doing, it was a long raid. It was kind of a frustrating raid. And we couldn't deal. So that was when we realized that it was probably best for us to call it at a certain point after we'd cleared Heroic. Give people some time off before the next tier. And now we probably only clear Heroic like 3 or 4 times. Maybe a month of raiding after we get our OTC. Maybe. Sometimes just like 2 weeks. I think in our shortest case, it might have been just 1 week. And then we're done until next season. Getting so much cleaning done today. Nice to have you on in the background. I'm going to be doing some later. Oh, look at all that stuff. I'm going to do some later too. Sundays, we decided that Sunday was a really good cleaning day because Monday, Tuesdays are my day off. And it's kind of nice to like start your days off with like an already clean apartment. Like it's sort of just a nice feeling. After a while, must have felt like a boring chore. Yeah, I think so. Did all expansion raids mog at 100% except Legion. Oh, you've been cooking through it. Holy moly. Is this the ramp? I think it must be. I need to do Darmak, Thogar, and then the last bit. Now we go up. And I think just back, honestly. I think this was the whole wing. Can confirm. Excellent content for home tasks. I'll be finishing my cleaning soon too. Got lots of stuff squared away. I'll be traveling on Tuesday. Oh, nice. It's like annoying to do because you're trying to like get packed to leave, but it's nice to leave your place super clean when you go away somewhere so that when you get home, you walk in and it like smells nice and you're like comfy immediately. Iron assembly. That sounds true. Yeah, I think Darmak's down this way. Did you drink the Druid Old Content Runner Kool-Aid? Welcome. It seems like a pretty good, she's a pretty good mix of like movement speed, easy AoE, and she can also burst down harder bosses. Like she was doing Jailer just fine with her item level. So she's also done a lot of old content, so I'm not really worried about running into, I've had this character a long time, so I'm not as worried about running into, you know, things that I have to do a bunch of questing to get through. I hate coming home to chaos. Yeah. All kinds of stuff. All that. I don't really know if any of this mog looks nice, but I think for at least today, that's beside the point. We're gonna set that aside. Yeah, I did the Jailer on this tune. I did the Jailer on all of my 80s. I think I didn't have all of them yet, but any character that was kind of 635 or higher could do him just fine. The Jailer wasn't necessarily... Alright, this is something I need to be a bit careful with. Jailer wasn't necessarily the, Let's let him hit his bell. The problem, it was Rygalon and Lords of Dread, because you had to clear him even with the skip. And if you weren't doing enough damage, they could win. They could pretty easily win. Alright, so I'm trying not to break this. I do vaguely remember that this trash kind of was breakable, like it sucked a bit. And it's hard now because we're so strong relative to this content. But we'll see. See what I can do. This is item level 632. It's actually my lowest item level alt that I had. She spec'd Boomkin, and for boss burst, you can get pretty far with Celestial Alignment, a Treant, and then Convoke. You can do pretty good with that. I'm trying to let them at least melee me once or twice before I go hitting anybody. Getting all the raid skips for next time is my goal after the event is over. Good morning. Good morning. Thought you were doing your favorite dungeon, the train one. It must be the same train. Or at least that train must come through the station, you'd think. Of course, I missed items from Gothic and Kel'Thuzad, 2 AFK events in Nax. Whoa, my bags are full of stuff. Look at all this garbage. Oh, hey, we managed to not break it. That's nice. That's nice. Stuff. Couple pieces. Couple pieces of stuff. So now I need to do Maidens in Blackhand, and that's it. It looks like we can maybe go down this way. Seeing this boss still fills me with frustration. Oh yeah, I think this is the swimming one. Are you happy to see me, or are your bags full? This was pretty reasonable. This dungeon had the silliest place to pick up a skip quest. They like hid it behind a maze for no reason. Boyfriend was asking if you saw our kitty in the dog bed in Discord. I did. I looked at it on stream the other day. It's very, very cute. Makes your kitty look very tiny. Throwing Violet Hold Transmog is so painful, and there's 2 of them. Are they RPing? They are yelling. That's good. Good news. Didn't even know Foundry had a skip. Yeah, it's not bad once you get it set up, I'm pretty sure. I think it just opens up the door it lets you open the door in the beginning, so you can just kind of like walk in and go straight through to, possibly straight through to Blackhand, actually. I don't know. They felt forced to, so they made it annoying to find and get to. There's probably something I have to do here. Because they've stopped talking. It's not click on one of those. Or maybe I missed some trash. Oh, sometimes I miss the guys in the water. You have to kill the water technicians. That's right. I've gotten stuck here before. Alright. I think we did it. There we go. They're yelling again. You have to kill trash in the water. Exactly. I have probably learned that lesson like 5 times, but it wears off. Ho, look at all the pink text. Pink text for days. Lovely. All right. If I want to get to Blackhand. Because I remember the skip quest picks up somewhere like back there. I think maybe they just send me over here back to the elevator. Skip started... What was the first skip that they didn't tack on retroactively? I think they started in WoD. They tacked one onto Siege of Orgrimmar after the fact. So Siege has one, but it didn't have one at the time. Great, skip to the last boss. No need to kill the last 3 bosses or something. But Heimel didn't have one either. HFC had like 2. You could skip to like individual wings. Oh, this was the first skip. That's why they hit it. They hadn't decided whether or not they wanted to make it accessible. Yeah. Here we go. Clear up a little space. It doesn't seem like any tier tokens pieces or anything are dropping. I don't really remember how tier was handled. Might have been through the garrison or... Oh, hang on. That's a raid finder piece. That's a... Must have been from something else I ran. I don't want to accidentally scrap my raid tokens. Blackhand drops Omni tokens you turn in Taladar. Oh, okay. I'll keep them, but I'm probably not going to run out there to turn them in. Just for time's sake. I guess I should decide if I want to do this on another difficulty. Here, let's go back to WoD. Foundry. I could do it on normal. Mythic, I do need stuff from. It's kind of like, over whether or not I need it. I started Heroic with like 20% of the stuff collected, so we're getting a bunch from this pass through. I could do normal. Normal would be great because I would have just run it, so I'll remember to kill the trash in the water before Maidens. And yeah, no extra travel time. I just make sure we clear out our bags. Warband Vault full of gear tokens, gonna be a pain to sort them out. Yeah, I think it's, you kind of got to look at it like if you had a super huge tangled knot of like computer cables or wires or something, and they're just, it's just an absolute miasma, just a morass of cables, and you're like, let's just view this as kind of like a Zen thing. Oh, Illusion Mark of Blackrock, we had that already. Essence of the Iron Vanquisher. Oh, yeah. Tokens you can turn in, that's right. Well, at least you can pick whatever piece you want, that's something. Okay, I want to leave. I guess I can just run out the door. It's not that far. I don't think they're going to give me an NPC that's going to help me out here. Maybe we'll get the mount drop on Mythic again. Won't that be nice? Not me looking to be like, what if I did? What is it called again? I forget. I did not. Oh, no, I didn't do it on Mythic. I was on Heroic just now. Yeah, a couple more of those. Warbound at least, that's nice. Yeah, that's like a very big project, sorting out tier tokens. And I think if I really wanted to do it, I would focus on just one raid all classes and make a project out of each one. And this is something we can do after Collector's Bounty. Obviously, more of them are dropping now, but it's not like they're impossible to get. It's still much better mog farming than it was before they made things learnable across characters or made those tokens warbound. I think if there was downtime, it would still be satisfying to do even outside of Collector's Bounty, especially because even if they did Collector's Bounty again, I think I'm going to want to farm mounts. I didn't get them all. Raid difficulty. Let's do normal now. Dark Werelog, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate it. 15 plus runs on Yogg, no mount. Feels bad for those who are missing it. LFG trick to get out. Yeah, I feel like for that one, it's you're probably not saving a ton of time. You're probably saving a little bit of time. For a raid that's like a 5-minute run out, I feel like for sure you want to do that, but... this one, these guys don't need that. Can scrap that. Okay, let's do it back again on normal. So just for fun, I'll eyeball how many pieces we have in normal when we start and how many we have at the end. $42 runs in Yogg. No mount. 2 chances left. Good luck. All right, we're at 154 right now. We'll go right this time. Although I feel like it was kind of they kind of give you some options. I don't know why I'm doing so much trash. Should we do Blast Furnace or should we do Darmak? Let's do Blast Furnace first. I did not get Vengeance or the Ny'alotha All-Seer, and I will not this thing. I'm out of mount attempts. I did all my runs. I did 40 or so attempts on Sylvanas, and then about 30, low 30s on N'Zoth. No luck. I tried. We really tried. Maybe next event, if they ever do it again. Yeah, those are long raids. I did a lot of questing to unlock those raids, and I did some gearing, and I leveled a couple of characters for more chances. We did put some time in. Yeah, Blast Furnace is a little annoying. I wouldn't put it anywhere near like the level of like an ENR, but a little fussy for sure. I'm almost more afraid of Thogar because I don't want to break it. Blast Furnace I'm not too afraid of busting. Do it for Anniversary in November? Collector's Bounty goes all the way back to Classic. It's anything from Shadowlands and earlier. Found out about the raptor pet you get after killing Mandakir and ZG. Why did it take so long for me to rescue her? She's home. Yeah, that's cute. There we go. I noted how many pieces I had from normal when I started and then immediately forgot. That's okay. We're keeping track of... I kept track of my starting point for the day, so we'll be able to see. Quickest way to gear the alts? I had a lot of gear stashed in my Warbank, and then I also used Valor Stone boxes. Those gave random champion gear. I used Undercoins to buy veteran pieces off of the Delve vendor. And then I also got the Delve belt. That's pretty quick, and you'll get a champion piece as well as your Delve belt. You took about 20 minutes of digging through banks and mailing stuff around and getting the Delve belt. You're able to do a few gear upgrades as well. If you just stop by like 2 rep vendors, you'll get enough crests and Valor Stones to upgrade like your weapon maybe. Oh, yeah. Still no invincible for me. Nightfall dailies didn't have too much useful stuff in my Warbank. I remember taking 45 minutes to set up 4 alts for Void Talon, and then it spawned into 10 minutes on the first tune. Still trying for Gmod, Mim's Head, Felsteel Annihilator. Not going to really worry about Ny'alotha, Overseer, or Death Charger. Ny'alotha All-Seer is the grossest mount that I think I've tried to farm. It's just got the most, like, little annoying things about it, I guess. Also, I'm trying to go downstairs. This ramp here. There we go. It just had the most little weird annoying things. Even with, like, full clearing takes ages. It's such a large raid. So much runtime. So spread out. They don't even let you mount in the first half of it. Or down the pit. And then even if you're not full clearing and you have the skip is still a full 15 minutes because the last 2 bosses, which are mandatory, are 5 minutes each. And that's not even getting into trying to get into the darn place when it's in Vale on characters that didn't play BFA. What do you mean? You just take a stroll down Nyalotha Lane. You stop at the Nyalotha Muffin Shop for some Nyalotha croissants. Give me one more. I think you can do it in 1 pack of mobs if you kill them both over here. I just didn't do it. Doing that raid now is so annoying. Yeah, if anything, I know I didn't get as many chances on that as I got on Sylvanas, but I'm proud that I tried as many times as I did. It's not nothing. Oh, Django117, thank you very much for the 14-month resub. Hello, hello. How you doing? How's the weekend going? Here's feeling a bit like a ghost town because a lot of people around here are going kind of out of town for, like, people go camping, people travel. So a lot of my neighbors are gone. It's like really quiet walking around in the mornings. Oh, that one's done. All the candy stores in Nyalotha only sell black licorice. What's wrong with black licorice? I was so confused the first time I cooked with fresh fennel and it smelled like licorice, and I was like, huh? How did they put candy in this vegetable? That's crazy. It's nice when you don't have to move and you can just kind of spam this. There we go. I think that's it. It's their best-selling candy. Imagine it's what the void tastes like. Feels a bit odd for it to be so quiet. It's normal. I just forget how deserted it gets around here in the summertime. Five shoulders from Yogg and 5 from KT. Running out of characters. Barista had yesterday off, which threw me completely. What do people do on Saturday? Errands, chores, parks. I know some people will go like shopping or something, but for me, I'm just so conditioned to anything that involves me going out in like crowds, like basically shopping, grocery shopping or clothes shopping or whatever. I will go out of my way to find the quietest time in my week that I can possibly do it. So I would never go shopping on a Saturday. Or if it is, it's for groceries and it's at like 7 o'clock at night when no one else is there. But I think other people might have social lives that operate during those hours. That might be what people are doing. I can't confirm it, but I've heard rumors. Yeah, farm mog. Benefit for summer while one can. Similar here. Went hiking yesterday. Lots of people around. Keep me entertained while I go through all of my aunt's mail. Haven't been looting any non-mount bosses for the event. Regretting it. Oh, are they just stuffed? Is there a limit to how much stuff you can store in mail? Like, I know there's a limit to how long they'll hold it for you. It's got like the 30-day timer on it, but I've never tried to find out if there's a point at which Blizzard goes, listen, cut it out. Can it? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a cap on that. Darmac? What kind of stuff do you have for me? 4 out of 10? 7 out of 10. Thogar, I'm 12 out of 20. 20 pieces, holy moly. 12 out of 20 for normal. I'm tired of being called mortal in game. Gotten so much mog from this event after vendoring everything. Made 160k. I'm excited to see how much I've made. I haven't done it yet, but at the end of the event, I'm going to go through all my characters and chunk their gold into the Warbank with Warband Miser. And then I'll see what it is. I feel like it might be enough for a token. And it might not be, but it might be close. I like to let him at least ring the bell. I don't know if that helps, but it seems like a good idea. Got this shaman to level 63 because I'm trying for a shaman-only drop-off Ragnaros. Oh, that's right. I remember that a little bit. Another wing egg. Oh, that's from Karazhan. That's right. I've also been stacking up anima in the bags of every character that ran Shadowlands raids, which I guess is all of them, and they've just been holding on to it. I'm gonna let them finish casting this. 1. Yeah, 2. Okay. When do you feel like mythics get pretty challenging, considering pushing 10s? Varies dramatically based on your group. I could have a really hard time healing like a pug 7, but I could have a really chill time healing like an 11 with my friends, or a 12 even. It just depends on what's going on. Varies a lot. Varies a lot. But I think it's a wonderful idea. And the only place for you to know where your edge is to go out there and find it. And then when you find your edge, you can just kind of like push on it just a teeny bit, you know? Here we go. I didn't check how much loot I have. Oh yeah, the way went from 12 to 16, so I guess I got 4 pieces there. And then we're going back up. We need to go to Hans and Franz and Flamebender on the other side. Godspeed if you're pugging 10s. I was pugging 10s, like full pug, no standards, on my priest for a while when I was doing my DPS ones, and it was kind of hit or miss, 50-50 almost. Like about half of them were perfectly nice, smooth, easy runs. And then the other half were just like an SNL skit. Very little middle ground. It was either great or it was chaos. Got Ravenlord after 10 attempts. This event is wild. Oh, that's a really lovely resolution. Pugs are like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes your pug is me. Sometimes I'm the SNL skit. Have not tried mop. No plans to. I bet it's active though. I bet it's going pretty good. Betcha. Betcha it's busy. Missed a boss. I like to get Iron Maidens after these guys. It'll be alright. You played 2 hours of Mop Classic. I played the precise amount needed in order to get my mount and get out of there. Selected on pugs. There's kind of like a middle range of pugs. You want to get someone with a bit of experience, ideally. But on the other hand, depending on what key level you're doing, my group leader actually won't invite people that are really overqualified for the key, because those people, not always, but sometimes, can be very rude. See, there's a slightly higher chance when there's someone that's like super overqualified that they're gonna feel like they can just tell everyone where to go, what to pull, go faster, grab that, do this skip, what are you doing? And they're not always ragers, but they're more likely to do that than the person who is kind of more like middle geared and middle Mythic Plus rating. So we usually try to pick up people that are kind of, you know, happy medium. Got all the mounts? Nope. Sure don't. Ego that comes from people being in content beneath them. Yeah, and it's not always, but there's definitely like a type of person who needs that boost from being the big fish in the small key, and they get really obnoxious because of it. Not every player who's overgeared for a key will be like that. Some people are just getting their weekly done, or they're just kind of like bored, and they'll be lovely. But there are a few people that are like not getting that sense of like respect elsewhere in their lives, and they make it everybody's problem. We had a shaman healer that was getting mad at us for not doing a skip properly in a +2. Oh man. Planning on farming mounts this weekend, but I was voluntold to work. Here I am at work. Oh, I'm sorry. Finally got my 3K IO last night. Congratulations, Dan. Messed up the dispel on Cujo. Embarrassing, but I learned quick. Everyone's going to make mistakes. It's just some people made theirs like a while ago and then they pretended that they never happened. I like to think I have a set amount of mistakes in me and I just got to get them out. You just got to, you're just like you're squeezing a boil. You just got to get all those mistakes out and then eventually you won't make them anymore. Right? Isn't that a lovely analogy to have while you're having your coffee and breakfast? Tanks never make mistakes. We just soak damage more. I feel like when I was tanking, I was able to get away with a lot of minor mistakes, but a major mistake would ruin everything for everybody. Like if you're not pulling a boss to the right spot when it needs doing, you are holding it up for everybody. Okay, I did those 3, so it's Maiden's time. I usually just jump down to get to them. I guess I could have done them, I don't know. For some reason, I always figured that Maidens had to be done last before, but I guess not. I'm pretty sure you get to them after Darmax. I think we're going back this way. Running to Zarlor while watching you. You are my good luck. Finally got Gmod. Congratulations. Took me 5 runs to remember the Cujo AoE was more than 1 tick. Man, I always take it off, like, immediately. I always grab it, like, basically the second it goes out, because if I wait, that's usually my best window. There's usually, as long as I had everybody caught up at that point, I don't usually have a better moment to do it. Approve of the Owlbear bear form. I forgot that I put it on. It's really cute. I kind of want to tank with this. Do I need another druid? I just bring back Barnacles. Barnacles' big bear bottom. Oh, hang on. Hang on. We're doing it now. You there. Check out that noise. Lower keys are rougher because stuff doesn't one-shot people, so ground effects become a healer problem. It's really obnoxious that I can't cast a spell over this rope fence. Started using the little raven form for druids, and it's so cute. I like the werebear, but it's a shame that they have an itty-bitty booty. I know, they're missing the best part of being a bear. There we go. Oh, look at all that. Alright, black hand time. No, the Mage Tower's coming back again in Legion Remix. Yeah? Only point is Guardian Druid is staring at that booty. Got tempted into leveling a tanking druid because I love the owlbear form and I quickly realized that I hate tanking. Happens to the best of us. I don't mind bear tanking, but tanking in general is something that I can kind of more leave than take. I'm too much of a passenger. I don't want to drive the boat. I just want to tag on behind. I just want to follow other people. That's my worst thing about tanking is literally the press W. I don't want to decide what we're pulling and when. That's too much pressure. I want to like tanking because the fantasy is so nice, but I'm just so passive and anxious. I'm going to run out of bag space here. I should have vendored some stuff at somebody. Good to know what you dislike as much as you know what you do like. Sometimes you have to like tease out whether you dislike something because it's just not for you, or whether you're just kind of anxious about it and you're avoiding it for that reason and you would actually benefit from and maybe even enjoy it if you just like expose yourself to it a little bit more. It's hard to tell. And there's some overlap, which makes it complicated. I enjoy taking Black Fathom Deeps with Thrashblade. Yeah, 20 years ago. Mechanome and Gnome tanks and Mythics have been the best I've played with this season. Mechanome is unironically a pretty great race to tank on because they have a cheat death ratio. I sell my low gear as junk with scrap. I'm using an add-on called Scrap. I can mark things as scrap, and it'll also auto-mark some things based on item level. It should do all of them, but I don't know why it doesn't. And then it'll auto dump that stuff to a vendor when I open dialogue with a vendor. Is it worth doing this on Mythic for when I'm already at 64%? I mean, 64% is still sub 80%. I think it's probably worth it. There we go. What did I get? Just the one thing? Yeah, just the one thing from him. Oh, hang on. That's because there's more stuff. Okay, well, if I leave, it'll mail me those, which will be good. Or, actually, here we go. Oh, I only have 2. I was going to say, well, no, here. Drop a mailbox. Let's do our Ohuna perch. It's a nice one. I like the bird. Send mail to my bank hall, and she can take some of these tokens. And then we can pick up more. And then she can take some of the tokens. And we can figure all of that out later. Okay, I think in this case, actually, I'm going to get teleported out because I want to get up and take a break. So we're going to leave that group, and then I will be right back. Okay, did they boot me out? They booted me out. That's good. Let's set it to Mythic. We'll slam through it. Oh, hang on. We got to clear our bags. I have 2 bag slots left. This will not do. Let's make as much room as we can here. This character's got 30 slots on. That leaves a little bit to be desired. This one. And this one. I don't need go-go juice. What is this? Here, Crowman. Yeah. Go nuts. I don't need an iron horde scrap. Anything else that I can kind of get rid of here? In like a hurry. I think I can pretty safely vendor like all of it. I don't think I'm gonna really try to min-max. Maybe a couple of these things. Alright, are we on Mythic? Raid difficulty Mythic? People trying to sell skips? I mean, it could have been just a volunteer. You never know. I heard that people were trying to sell, like, lockout skips for some raid or another. I think I liked going left first. Weird running for mogs when I still have mounts to get. That was the one nice thing for me about kind of, like, giving up on mounts for the rest of this particular, excursion, is that it gave me 2 days to basically just farm as much mog as I could get. Hellfire Citadel. Hellfire Citadel's our next stop after this. Look at how much mog I need from normal and heroic. Not so much mythic, but normal and heroic HFC. Lots of stuff. Person in my friend list tried to sell Dragon Soul with only Deathwing alive. Hello, hello, Currents. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Hope your weekend's going good. I need to do my aquarium today. I feel a bit bad because the fish are at an age, and I only have one left, where sometimes I do my water change, and even if I'm doing it, you know, calmly and smoothly, the stress of the whole situation can sometimes spell the end for the tiny fishy. So I have this one fish left, and I call her Barbara, and she's the last of her group. And I need to change your water, but I'm like, what if that's the end of Barbara? It might be the end of Barbara. Barbara cannot last forever. But she's been barbering around. I do need to clean her tank. It is time. Especially because it's very hard to add just enough food for exactly one tiny fish at a time, so I think I have been overfeeding her a little bit. It's just hard. I do want to get more. I don't want to do it until I move, though. I don't want to do it in this place. If I can avoid moving with fish or moving with a lot of fish, I will. I would much rather either move with an empty tank or just with one lovely little lady in a bucket. Maybe Barbara was the end of the other fish. She's such a sweetie, though. The last male, it was just the 2 of them for a while, and I felt so bad for Barbara because that male was like, he would harass her, and she got really crafty. She figured out how to hide like in the heater casing. It's a 10-gallon tank, and she found hiding spots where he could not find her whenever she needed a break from his affections. And I thought for sure that he was going to harass her to death, but then he wore himself out. He died first. Oh, rest in peace. He's crafty. I love fish. I want to take good care of them. I like aquarium keeping. I'm less uptight about them than I was, though, in my early 20s when I first started getting into them. I used to go through conniptions whenever one of them would kind of get sick or die. And now I'll test the water. I'll make sure the cycle's all good. I'll clean the tank. And I'll be like, well, wasn't meant to be. Unless there's something really obvious going wrong, I'm just going to enjoy the fish. And then if they die, there's another fish in the sea. Maybe she got rid of them when you were not looking. Maybe Barbara snapped. I think that's good. Yeah. It may also be because I'm not keeping fish on camera anymore. So if a fish disappears, I don't have to like justify it necessarily in real time. I would love to have fish in my office again. And I did like having a fish cam for whenever, like, you know, I have a pet cam, but when the dog's not here, it doesn't really do a lot of good. But, also don't mind me. It does occasionally people be like, oh, hey, what happened to that fish? And I'll be like, listen, I got bad news for you. Does this still exist? I don't think so. We do have, I think we still have, here we go. That was based on our boy Fleta the Beta. Can I get to Maidens from down here? I don't think so. I think this is just a shortcut back to the elevator. Oh, we haven't even done Darmak yet. That's right. Hazel needs dog. The dog needs a fish cam. Would not turn your back on that, Barbara. I feel kind of bad because her tank is on the kitchen counter. So if I'm making like sushi or fish and chips or fish tacos, or like we've prepared a lot of fish. We've been fishing a lot this season. You know, she's right there. She can see. Junior accessibility advocate. It's nice that the motion sickness guy will actually like take your loot, clear up your bags a little bit for you. Pretty sure Barbara's a criminal mastermind. Bible's Play, thank you very much for the 3-month reset. Hello? Hello. Are you worried that she's upset that you don't think she is good enough to eat? I can't say that's ever crossed my mind. She's the size of, like, my thumb joint. She's very small. In the water, no one can hear the streams. She is the tiniest. Actually, is she the tiniest of our pets? I have to remember, I have a snail, too. I have Sam the snail. He's just been trucking on. Nothing stops Sam. When does the Treasure Goblin event end? On the 29th. 2 more days. I have to remember that if even if Barbara does go, I need to make sure I bring Sam. If we move. If is good. It's sometimes the snail will manage to hide pretty effectively for like a week at a time, and then you kind of forget that you have a snail. So a YouTube video where someone did what every kid in the US wanted to do, bought a food lobster and gave it a good bushy life. I've seen the thumbnails of that. It's like super viral. I didn't let myself watch it because if I do, I'm gonna want to bust out every lobster and crab that's in the grocery store. Farmed all the Hellstones in Mount Drop today. Oh, nice! Congrats! I need more Hellstone Mog, but I may not get it. I've kind of made my peace with I may not get all of it. Got some slag shoulder plates. That's cool. Yeah, not bad. Oh yeah, they got little wheels in them. It's a headline I would love to read about one day. After 15 years, I finally got Invincible. Nice. Congratulations. 15 years. Holy moly. I wonder if one of the 2 mounts that I didn't get from this event are going to become like my white whale. Got the last mount that I needed from the event today. Very happy. Nice. Congrats, Discordian Kitty. That's gotta feel good. The Wowhead Discordian Kitty? 15 years is crazy. Now there's a mount idea. A literal white whale. Do you think it would be too on the nose for them to add a literal white whale mount with like an insanely low drop rate to something? Previously Wowhead. Gotcha. Gotcha. I knew the name rang a bell. How is it invincible if you can see it? I wonder how many times I've heard that joke. Compared to like the Thunder Fury thing, I don't know. New rare fishing map for real. Love that idea. Just so on the nose. Could not be more obvious. As long as it can be mogged with the names of the mounts it didn't drop. How crazy would it be if one patch they were like, listen, we've been listening to feedback, and finally, after blank years of Warcraft, we're gonna let you name your mounts. Huh? What? Mount breeding. Blackrock? No. Black Desert style mount breeding. Oh, I forgot. I was supposed to not kill those guys. Oopsie-daisy. This will take a tiny bit longer. I hear Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Did somebody say? That was one of the cutest things about Hardcore Classic was whenever I ended up in the Barons. Barons chat never really changes. I feel like so many people are nostalgic for the Barons chat of yesteryear that people will actively like look up old Chuck Norris jokes just to make in Barons chat. 20-person mount to carry around the entire raid team like a bus. I've heard people ask for a bus before, like a flying bus. Pretty fantastic. Did that do it? Nope, not quite. Magic school bus. Players would find ways to abuse a mount naming system. I mean, you can name your pets, you can name your characters, you can name your hunter pets. I can't think of any way that you could abuse naming mounts that would be like make it worth not doing when we can already name these other things. Like they have filters to prevent you from doing anything too wild. They do have flying whale mounts in Final Fantasy. Did I do it? No, not quite. Build your own tram station with the designed routes you make. Seems like you need to be in Satisfactory. All the emergent community-driven behavior and memes has got to be one of the coolest things about WoW. The game's just been around for so long that people that have been playing for all this time, I feel like have been around each other for longer than a lot of people are ever around a group of people. I guess some people are like work in the same workplace their whole lives, but increasingly less so. Also, I'm doing terribly at this. You know, like, I've spent more time in the WoW community than I ever did at any school in my life. Watching other people grow up and go through their lives. Invincible McInvincible face. Making a new tune named Miss Frizzle just in case we get the bus mount. WoW is almost old enough to legally purchase alcohol in the US. Yeah, the community has shifted. I mean, it had to. I'm kind of glad. I feel like the evolution in general community sentiment over the years has made the game generally more comfortable and relaxing to be a part of. I think that it has genuinely over time become a lot nicer and just more chill. Like, I'm sure there is still toxicity and there are still people that will flame and there's still like guilds and pockets of players that will be really awful. But at least in the spaces that I'm in, everyone's just kind of calmed down a little bit. Maybe we're growing up. Maybe social progress is actually counted for something. But it's a lot easier to just kind of do you and play the game than it used to be. You used to have to do a lot of justifying your right to be there. How you choose your spaces. Well, I'm really lucky that I have, I lucked into a great group of players years ago. Oh, you know why this is taking so long? It's probably because it's on Mythic. I feel like I didn't need this many bombs before. Next to the block feature. You know, I don't have that many people blocked because I don't usually end up in like public chat spaces in the first place. I'm not really conversing with a lot of strangers. Add-ons that block communications. I do, yeah. Well, they block communications with people I don't know. They're not turned on right now, apparently. Got a whisper earlier, but yeah. I have a thing that filters whispers from unknowns. I don't think it's a problem getting whispers necessarily. The vast majority of them are super nice. I'm just socially anxious enough that it started at a certain point, like a long time ago, and I was perhaps even more socially anxious back then. The idea that I would be contacted at random at any time while I was logged in, and that people would want to talk to me, or it would at least be nice to send them a reply. It made me not want to log in. Like, I would avoid playing the game at all, and I realized pretty quickly that that was not sustainable if I wanted to keep making content, if I didn't want to be online. So as much as it sucks to like hide from people that just want to say thanks because you guys are really sweet, that was it helped me just be more comfortable just playing and being on and being around, because I'm one of those people that doesn't really, I like talking to people, but I like doing it on my own time. Like, I show up to stream, I chat with you guys for a couple hours. It's great because I know when it's happening, I'm ready for it. And I like being able to turn that off and then not talk to anybody. On the flip side, I like being social on a schedule. And people generally understand that. I used to have all my characters named Hazel, and I stopped that. They generally have non-Hazel names now, so people aren't usually going to know it's me unless they're like a big fan. The only whispers I get are guild recruitment spam. Remember in high school, the scene kid thing? Emo kids. Non-conforming as can be. There's a problematic song. We're going to Darmak and Thogar and Iron Maidens this way. I once saw public chat make a noble effort to resolve the cultural differences between the world's various religions. Listen, that's all that the world needs for world peace is for city trade chat to just get to the bottom of it. Needless to say, they were not successful. I occasionally get whispers from people saying they like my character names. Such is life. Toyota-thon haunted days. Are you by chance a car person? Or are you just a car? It's just literally turbo. Yeah, I bet your boy would get whispers just on account of his name. Receiving a whisper that would be anxiety-inducing. It's just kind of like getting hailed on the street, I guess. Like if you're walking down the street and a stranger stops you to say that they like your shoes, it's cute. But if you're walking to get groceries and 3 to 4 different people stop you and it's every time you go to get groceries, at a certain point you're just kind of always like, I don't know, on? If that makes any sense. Like, it's not that it's a negative interaction, it's just that you weren't ready for it, you know? Every other attempt to deal with that by traditional means has failed for like thousands of people. People will also, not as much anymore, but occasionally get very deep and very vulnerable very quickly. It's not unheard of to get a message out of the blue from someone you've never met before being like, hi, I really like your stuff. It's really helped me when I went through blank thing, and it's just some really intense personal thing. And it's when you're public facing, you'll get more of that than maybe you were ready to read in a, on a Tuesday. Not as much anymore. I think people have gotten a bit more conscious about it. And it's not that people shouldn't talk about those things, they should. But there's definitely a time and a place. And maybe a person. Y'all ever do random epic BGs? That chat goes wild. I don't think I've done a random BG in like, gotta be more than 5 years. Long time. My father was Lightning McQueen. Yeah, I don't want to oversell it. I'm not that famous. I these days will sometimes not even have my whisper blocker on, and I generally won't get whispers from anybody. I just like being a little bit under the radar. Don't recommend it if you can't read just about anything without discomfort. Thanks for helping me go through a rough patch, and that's it. Yeah. And it is nice. There's like a certain amount of like volume of it though, at which point you stop kind of having the emotional reaction, and then you feel awful that you're not having an emotional reaction to somebody sharing something really sweet and personal with you. It's like empathy fatigue or something. Care workers get that sometimes. But like I said, not really a huge factor. These days I just kind of log on, press W, farm mounts. Exactly where content creators want to be, under the radar. I don't know if I have like, if I'm just like the completely wrong personality to try to be like a popular online personality, or maybe it's the right kind. Maybe it's good that online personalities can be lots of different kinds of people, because it gives more options for who you vibe with when you're choosing who you want to watch. You know, I'm not going to be that outgoing or that gregarious. That's okay. There's got to be a couple people that don't want that. Empath definitely feel the fatigue. Guys should watch The Pit. Amazing ER shows. Takes practice to know how to respond to comments and discussions like that. A lot of which I learned through professional training. Yeah. Yeah, they don't give you an awful lot of that when you're YouTubing. But I don't interact a whole lot. I don't really deal in private messages. It also just seemed kind of better for anytime there's any kind of a scandal about like a streamer. Almost always it was someone doing something weird in a private message. And not that I'm afraid I'm going to do something weird, but it's just a little easier to stay clear of the whole business. You didn't go to online personality boot camp. I didn't. Suggest better job training with HR. I'll have to bring it up with the cat. Dr. K's content's been a goldmine. That's a really interesting branch of content. It's very... I don't know how I feel about it. I go back and forth. It helps people, so I'm not gonna say it shouldn't happen. But, I don't know. What are we doing? Going up the elevator. That's what we're doing. Twitter and DMs kill careers. Scope out streamers with my alternate Twitch account, because if I end up ducking out, I don't want them to know my main Twitch account. I know some people will keep an eye on like their lurkers, or like even just like look at the list of people in the stream. I could never. I could not. Oh man. But yeah, I've heard stories of like streamers that are just starting out that'll be like, oh hey, so and so, thanks for joining, just because they see like a name in the viewer list who hasn't even said anything yet. And I cannot imagine a more jarring thing to say to somebody. Listen, you gotta let people lurk. You're going to see Coldplay can be bad for your career. Oh, man. Yeah, I think it's just eager, kind of doing the eager beaver thing a little bit and wanting very much to, like, when you're just starting, you'll do anything to try to, like, be involved and be engaged and put in effort and grow your content, which is nice. It's just sometimes it goes in directions where it's not helping. That CEO suing Coldplay. I heard that, and that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I hope there is no case, because that's stupid. If anything, I wonder if Coldplay would get a boost of popularity, not only because a lot of people are thinking about Coldplay that haven't thought about them in a long time, but up until that moment, it looked like people were having a really nice time at the show, you know? Look at how happy they were before they got caught. Yeah. Holy moly. They were vibing. The kiss cam was so funny. I feel like that's the most like widespread viral moment that I've seen online happen in a long time. Like different things will go viral within different communities, but that was probably the most global one that I've seen for quite some time. Flap shot. Yeah, no bonus mount. I have this mount already. I was just doing this for Mog. We're going to HFC. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm doing a Garrison Hearthstone again. Because it should be off cooldown, eh? Yeah. Only a 20-minute cooldown. Imagine that. Last full viral thing I remember was Hawk Tua. I managed to sit out Hawk Tua. I never really got caught up in what was going on with that. I feel like this one is more the Coldplay thing was easier for people of all generations to understand both what happened and why it was funny. And it being something that pretty much nobody out there is trying to defend. It was kind of like the uniting all different flavors of the internet. We can all agree that was dumb. Out of the loop on this one. Guess I'm getting old. Dumb normie viral thing. Exactly, yeah. And like no one feels bad enough for them to like be like, is this weird that we're all laughing at their expense? Because like I'm not saying they asked to be like global viral, but like, you know, there's not a lot of sympathy there. I wouldn't want anybody to like, and I'm sure people always do, like get carried away with like death threats or whatever, but as far as like posting, you know, memes, I feel like that's fair game. Raygun the breakdancer was pretty cool. Raygun I felt worse about because you could make arguments about her like taking the spot of a different breakdancer or something, but like she seemed just like a nice lady who was maybe a little bit out of her depth with that particular scene. Like she didn't. I feel like ethically it was a little bit. It was funny, but it wasn't. Clowning on her felt a little meaner, if that makes any sense. Very difficulty. Listen, we only bully people that we think deserve it, right? I don't know. I am probably just gonna do this on what, normal and then heroic. Yeah, I need lots of stuff in LFR, but the LFR queue is in the garrison. Yeah, we'll start on normal. Let's do this. Dungeon raid difficulty normal. Maybe I will mail off a couple of things. Let's get our Trader Brutusaur out to send some of those tokens. Nice little batch of that. Decent amount of it, actually. What do you think about the V Shoujo collapse? I have no background on that at all. I have no idea what that is. Coldplay controversy. There was a Coldplay concert where a moment went really viral because there was a kiss cam where, like, during, I guess, some kind of, like, romantic song, they were showing different couples in the audience, and the camera on the big screen goes to, like, one couple that's, like, kind of enjoying the show and, like, cuddling, basically, and then when they realize they're on camera, they immediately, like, panic and, like, fling themselves out of the shot in the guiltiest way possible, and it turned out that it was the CEO of a company and his HR manager, both of whom were married to other people, having an affair in public. It was just a little bit of a cartoon moment. Charity. I don't even know half of those words. Hi, how you doing? A VTuber company that was beloved. They didn't pay their talents and misused charity money. Oh dear. Well, if it's collapsing, it sounds like it's about time. That's no good. Yeah, I'm generally of the opinion that people's relationship dirty laundry is their own problem. Not a nice thing to do, but it's not like a murder, but it was just funny. Got both. 1, 2 seems to be happening a lot. They paid talent with other talent's money like a Ponzi scheme. Oh. Yeah, charity money through like gaming initiatives. Like gamers have raised a lot of money for charities, and I'm sure a lot of it has actually made its way to charities, but sometimes these organizations are being run a little haphazardly because it was someone with great intentions and not a lot of like organizational follow through. I tend to not do them much anymore. I feel like I would love for everybody to be charitable, but the best thing to do is probably to research, you know, well-established things, and then to donate to causes that you are personally passionate about and not just whatever, you know, the streamer of the day has decided to do. Like, it's nice to raise money for charity. I would do it again, but I don't usually do it as a regular thing. I feel like you gotta make your own charity choices, and that way people can kind of vet things and not get suckered into believing that XYZ company is trustworthy just because they see a face they recognize on it and then realize, oh wait, they have no idea how to run this. I don't really remember. Oh yeah, you do trash for a while. That's right. That's right. Sometimes the charity themselves doing rough stuff. Mm-hmm. It's their own business, but yeah, going out in public to a concert. It's not even like the first time that that kind of thing has happened to like a public figure in the last 5 years either. One of the more annoying bosses to solo. I haven't done this in a while. I did it for a long time. Not on this difficulty, but I remember doing this raid for the mount. They made this way easier? Oh, good. I kind of forget what you're supposed to do. Something about cannons. Pretty sure this raid is the first stream I ever walked into. Bring the ammo to the cannons. That's right. How many things do we need from normal assault? There's 5 pieces of loot. Is 10 mana default, or was I able to set this to 25 mana? I think it's just the flex difficulty. There's 5 pieces of loot. I have 2 of them. Had the flu last week, starting to feel like a human again. Oh. People really underestimate the flu. It sounds like just because you hear cold and flu, you know, cold and flu medication, so you kind of start to think, if you haven't had one for a while, that it's the same thing, and holy moly, it's not. I get my flu shot every year now. I mean, sometimes you'll still get the flu even with the shot, but still. Alright, ammo. Cannon. Yeah, there we go. Never had it. Do get my shot. I think I had it once. Wasn't as severe. Yeah, you'll know if you really get taken down with it because it can be horrific. I got the flu after BlizzCon one year, and I was like down for I think a solid week. Which was hard because I just got back from BlizzCon, so I wanted to be making a bunch of content about all of the stuff that was announced at BlizzCon, and I was just like physically dying. Any luck? Oh, lots of luck. We're doing, I'm getting lots of transmog today. We're done with mount runs, though. There's no more mount runs. I ran all my mounts. There's 2 that I'm not going to get this event. I ran out of 80s. Oh, hey, that was it. Just one thing to each one. There we go. So we went from 2 of 5 to 3 of 5. So I guess I got one thing. It looks like I got lots, but I guess just the one that was a new item. Iron Reaver I need 4 things from. Missing Vengeance and the Nyloth Allseer. I tried Vengeance about 40-ish times, and I tried Nyloth Allseer 30-ish times. Did you not get an invite to Germany? I don't know whether or not I did. I doubt it. I don't think I would go even if so. I don't think I'm traveling. I've never been to Europe in my life. I'm also on a Hazel budget right now. I'm saving my pennies. Even if somebody flew me out, those things usually still end up costing you some money. All right. How many things did we get from that? We went just one. My goodness. Maybe Cormrock will. Cormrock has to give me things. I don't have any of his loot. Would you ever go to Europe in the future? I mean, never say never. Maybe? It's not a goal of mine, I guess. I'm not somebody that, like, aspires to travel. It's a nice idea. It's something that usually sounds better to me than it feels in practice. I'm usually very uncomfortable traveling. And it's not something that I, like, would want to save up money and time for, necessarily. Oh, if so, what country? We rewatched, Eurovision Fire Saga, the Netflix movie, last night, and I thought it made Scotland look very nice. Feeling terrible for a week. Whenever the weather changes suddenly, really messes with my allergy. International travel, house shopping, incompatible pursuits. Both are kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it would be different if I had a different lifestyle. I don't know. I think it's, if anything, a bit lucky that the things that I enjoy tend to be pretty cost-effective things because it lets me save a lot of my money. I think if I was the kind of person that really liked to travel, I probably wouldn't have had enough money to even rent in this city, let alone save up money to buy a house anywhere. You definitely get something out of it. Indeed, ain't cheap. I don't do very well physically on vacation. When I'm traveling, even if I'm finding food that I like to eat, which I usually can, my body just doesn't like it. Like, my digestive's all out of whack, my sleep's all out of whack, my hydration's all out of whack. I usually just end up feeling awful and just not really being able to enjoy myself. And then just trying to, like, hold on until I can get back to, like, my nest. Partner and I are trying to get into a good position for a trip to the UK and Ireland. Several other areas also on the radar. Love to travel, my one hobby besides gaming. Like to go to Salzburg one day. Usually lose my appetite until I get back home. Yeah. Yeah, people talk about loving to eat on vacation, and I'm like, it all looks good, but I don't know if it's gonna go very well. We had that. My partner and I were both a little bit like that on our honeymoon. We didn't even go very far, and we had lovely food, and it was a beautiful vacation. And we did have a nice time, but we were gone for, I think, 2 nights, and we were so relieved to come home. It's just not for everybody. The danger then is that I may be more sheltered than people expect me to be. I'm not going to be super worldly. I may need to do some extra critical thinking to try to open my mind up to more people and lifestyles and experiences because I haven't encountered them in person. Because people do say they get that out of traveling, but I'm sure not everybody does. Some people probably just travel and they go drink in a country for a while and then they go home. Italy will fill you up easy. Someone who's been to France, difficult when you don't speak fluently in the home language. Especially if you're trying to find food that fits like a diet requirement. Even like a simple one. I'm just pescatarian, so I would just need to find things that don't have meat in them. But depending on where you go, also, oops, I'm gonna have to get that in the mail. Depending on where you go, that might be hard to do without English. Hi, Hazel. Hello. Not sure if Canadian mortgages have the concept of PMI. What is PMI? Laying up money for travel cuts into the critical cost impactor when they get rolled into the mortgage. I've been reading a lot about mortgages lately, and I don't know half those words. Spending serious time in Europe, learning Czech might be a tad intimidating. You ate a what? Oh, private mortgage insurance. Gotcha. I'm doing my very, very best, and this is part of not traveling, to have at least a 20%, if not bigger, down payment so I can avoid mortgage insurance. As one thing. Also, so that a bigger down payment gives me a little more equity up front and kind of reduces my interest load over the life of my mortgage. I've been doing my very best to save over these last couple of years. And I've been pretty lucky to be able to do that and live a little bit. Well, it's hard to live cheap in the city, but a little bit to get a good down payment together. As a teenager, didn't know it was hamburger, a cheval. Yeah, I'm not like I eat fish and seafood, but not meat. But I feel like if I did eat meat, I would feel a bit. I don't know if I would discern too much about types of meat. Like, I understand it feels weird to eat something that you view as a friend, but I feel like you could befriend many animals that we regularly eat. So at a certain point, it just becomes a bit arbitrary. Like, just because we haven't taken the time to get to know a really cute cow doesn't mean that they can't have feelings and love and companionship the same way anything else can. Not to say that you shouldn't eat cows, but like, I feel like if I did, I would feel weird about drawing the line at like horses or anything, you know? But I should probably abandon ship on this topic because this usually goes nowhere good. Will Moose be getting yard? I hope so. I really want to. I'm going to have to make some compromises somewhere because I'm qualifying on one income right now. And it's just a kind of a tough market, but I'm going to do my best. Japan, whole other experience for the language barrier. Need to go back. Amazing country. How is this going Mogwise anyway? I haven't been looking lately. Who's this? Gorfiend? Yeah, this is Gorfiend. 3 of 6. What transmogs are you going for? Bulk. I'm trying to count how many pieces. I'm going to check my all the things numbers. Ooh, that was actually pretty good. At the end of this, at the end of the stream today to see how many things I'm able to get in total. So I'm running raids that have lots of transmog that I don't have to try to just get my bulk numbers up. Yeah, obviously consult a doctor about that kind of thing, but I take the occasional iron supplement. And helps. Of course, there's vegetarian and non-vegetarian iron supplements, but that's a whole thing. Are we going to Iskar? I don't see why not. This is another raid that I haven't been in a long time. And maybe forgetting my way around a tiny bit. That's alright. Got my other worldly otter. Very nice. Congratulations. Worldly otter. I wonder if that's an autocorrect or if there's a mount called a worldly otter that I've like forgotten about. Can't believe July is over. August next weekend. Yeah, I think things are going to start to move real quick once August is here. Hurry. Am I not allowed to just go up to Zakun? I thought this door would open. Maybe not. I don't know where I'm going. I killed Iskar. The 500 mount. Oh. Congratulations. August starts my concert season. Kind of excited. Nice. I wonder what August trading post is going to be like. We haven't seen any posts about it yet, have we? I feel like we just got the July one, the Forsaken trading post. Mount farming this month has made my month go so fast. Vacation starts 3 weeks from now. How is it that soon? It's right around when they're announcing next expansion. Just, do I walk up the ramp? Is that a thing? This looks familiar. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the door just helps you get back, I think. Oh my gosh, there's so many bosses in this raid. I also keep thinking that I'm going to be able to mount, and you cannot mount in here. Being on a druid, a night elf druid is nice because Shadow Meld gets me out of a lot of trouble. Ironically, I'll be in Cologne the weekend after Gamescom. Bounty event has been great, but it can make you feel like you did nothing but play WoW since it's limited. Yeah, I wonder how many of us really put like a lot of time in this month. I think I put in like a medium amount of time. I didn't really play much off stream. Honestly, I'm kind of excited that I managed to... I think we can just go back the way we came, eh? I'm excited about getting a Paragon cache mount out of my first Paragon cache. That's kind of fun. Yeah, so Shadow Meld next turn, there's going to be a potion. So it's not like a button given to everyone the same way that Recuperate was, but you'll be able to craft, alchemists can craft umbral potions that act as like an on-demand Shadow Meld. The same way that you can use an Invis potion to Invis on demand. I don't see it making a huge impact in my personal life because I'm probably not going to bother to carry any of them. But cool utility to add. I don't think we have a date for Legion Remix. Oh, stuff. Pink text, pink text, pink text. I think this is a dead end. I think we go back now. Portal nearly complete. Next seal has been removed. Combat potion cooldown. I think so. I betcha it would behave the same way as like an Invis pot, which I'm pretty sure does take the combat potion cooldown. I think that's the case. Got stuck in a bugged menagerie fight in Tazavish, had to Alt F4. I don't know if Feign actually helps with that one. That one sucks. Bugging menagerie really sucks. I did it a couple times. I had to character unstuck myself. I think Alt F4 would have worked too if I gave it enough time. I mean, I could have him take me back. What did I not kill here? Socrathar. I think I needed to go that way. No, that was where I just did Zul'Harrak. I don't know how to get there. I think I tried this, which I guess I can try here. I didn't see anything else over there. But it looks like on the map that there's maybe a door. There is a door, but it's not open. Always get lost in Hellfire. South. Like back out, probably. Oh, right this way. How did I get in here? I thought this was the way I came in. I could have sworn to you that this door led back out to like Hellfire Furnace or whatever, like the first boss. There you go. There it is. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I remember the red hallway. This used to burn out tanks. People used to die a lot here. I came through a portal. Forgot about that, apparently. I remember progressing this boss. I think I have like a really old stream highlight of my guild getting their first kill on this boss. On Socrathar. It feels so long ago now. On the plus side, spent the time finishing Turbulent Time Waste. Nice. Okay. Here's that one. Oh, hang on. No, that wasn't it, was it? There must be more loot. I only got 26 gold. He is dead, though. Is there a chest? There's gotta be a chest. There is a chest. I was scaring myself for a second. I'm like, where's my loot? Where's my loot? Where is it? There we go. That's what we want to see. What do you mean 26 gold? Oh, this we had to kill a lot of trash, I think. I think this is important. I think they're going to make us clear this. 1 year after the War Within release, I finally got the last shard for my Alanir mount. Oh, congratulations! I think I'm at like 1 of 10. I haven't gotten it yet. Gosh, I haven't done, I'm still halfway through my Nerubian Chitin quest. I've got like 700 and something. I'm gonna have to actually buckle down and do those at some point. Not yet, though. We got another patch still. We're so close to 8.2, or 8.2? Not 8.2. I don't even know what expansion we're on. 11.2? The ethereal planet thing. Gotten many drops from doing delves in Dornegal. Nice. Yeah, I bet that would be nice and fast with overcharged delves up there too. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a couple extra war within mounts I should probably try and have a go at before the expansion ends. Otherwise, it's going to be a while before I come back and do them. Must have missed this one. I always thought this hands coming out of the portal mechanic was kind of cool. Or not mechanic, graphic. Kind of neat looking. Oh, he kept the dot. He just fell dead out of the air. How did I indeed? Got a farm for Lurker of the Deeps now. Aren't many groups. Guess everyone has it. Oldham Camel Mount really testing miners. Any favorite ATT audios? Easy. I was gonna at some point record something. I don't know what, but I was gonna like try to come up with custom ATT audios that I could just use for me, because you do have the ability to add like a sound pack. It is possible. We looked into it once. Never got around to it. This way. New sub goal. Imagine having sub goals. Oh no, my inventory! Can I mount out here, please? It looks like the outdoors. Please let me mount. Fine, I didn't want to mount anyway. Let's see. I don't think I have Argent Squires set up. For some reason, they're character specific. You mount a little bit further in. Oh, there we go. I think I'll still wait for that stuff to get mailed to me, but I definitely needed to clear out my bags here. Found you in my reels. Delightful surprise. Informative. Aw, shucks. I didn't think anyone would ever watch any of those. This one. Sell a couple BOEs just for the appearance. People don't really want Corrupted Nest Guardian, do they? Could have waited in the portal to the second to the last boss. Coming up on it? Gotcha. I want the new sound for new Translog to be an advantage. Or nice. Claire Obscure. Oh. I didn't play that one, but I heard a lot of really good things. Oh, yeah, he's got his portal going now. That's nice. Are you going to be able to upgrade the belt if you don't before the overcharged delves? I think that the upgrade quests are still in. They just have you doing regular delves because the overcharged delves are gone. I think they do let you upgrade the belt. Whether or not you need to is kind of... I think it's going to get outgeared with our next season. Like, it's just kind of an inter-season thing. You'll wear it for a little bit, but I bet you it's going to get replaced. I hope it gets replaced. Shouldn't get greedy considering I got like 20 plus mounts from the event. One more of the ones I'm farming would be so nice. I mean, what if it's not the amount of mounts, but the amount of attempts that you have on the ones you don't have yet, you know? You've been putting in the time, the game should do you a favor. Anything from Manaroth? Oh, I need lots of loot from him. Yeah, look at all that. It says I only got 2 things, but I feel like... Yeah, 2 things. I'll take it. I think I'm not fully understanding how it's counting stuff. Archimon says I'm 1 of 5. Oh, that was loud. Wish I could have gotten mounts from this event. The curse of having farmed your mounts too early. Just instantly done. No, this shouldn't be on account mode, because it's showing me, oh, hang on. No, you're absolutely right. I had it toggled. I didn't think I did. There we go. Yeah, 6 of 12. Up to 9 of 12. There we go. That's better. I mean, we were learning the mod all along, so we didn't miss out on anything, but... Wow, look at all those portals. Kirin Tor portal, Kirin Tor portal. Can I just take any of them? Oh yeah, right to the beginning. Legion Remix should have lots of new mounts. I hope that they have some really cute cosmetics. I hope it's not all just super serious demon stuff. I love my chicken backpack and I want more. I want more stuff like that. Alright, raid difficulty heroic. Bump it up, go back in. How many achievements do I have? 30,000? Let me see. Or points anyway. 38,000 points. I don't know how many actual achievements that is, but some. Oh no, I guess I can see. 4,516 out of a possible 5,847. Progress. I don't seek them out for their own sake, but I often do stuff that kind of gives achievements incidentally, so we have a decent... I feel like it's a good amount. We're getting another Ursel recolor. God knows what color. Well, we have red and we have purple. What if it's green? Could be green. Well, this will be more fun because I'll be able to see the whole list of stuff that I could get. I was getting stuff before. It looks like normal we got up to 59% when I'm pretty sure we started at like 20 or 30. So like a third of the mock from the instance just with that one run. Being around 40k, pretty good. Yeah, you round up. I bet you we could get it a lot higher if we made a point to do it, because I'm sure I'm missing some easy ones. But there's just, I've never been so out of things to do in this game that I've been like, you know what I need to do is just get achievement points. So many things to do. Yeah, I've never run out. I've never even gotten close to running out. I think a Blood Red Urzel would be quite close to the sort of sunburnt red Urzel that they did for the Legion vendor, the Time Walking vendor. I feel like they'd go in a different direction. I think lime green is likely. You can quote me on that. A pink flesh. Well, whose flesh though? The orcs are kind of brown, and the Draenei are like blue, which I guess is why the first one was purple. Give us a white one. It's so pink. I kind of don't like the phrase flesh color just because it's like it's not helpful. It's not helpful in the real world, but it's especially not helpful in World of Warcraft when some of us are like green. Legion meta data mine and then removed? Oh, if it was, I forgot. Hand me my boltcaster. My bandolier is ready. Yes, you can get disc belt powers even if the delve isn't bountiful. You can even get them if the delve isn't currently overcharged. You can just go run all of them on your first day if you want. Do them all on a 1. Doesn't need to be currently overcharged. Yeah. I wonder if this is going to get slower to do as we get up in difficulties. Heimal's not as, Heimal is not as... There's not as much loot in there. But I kind of want to run it. I like Heimal. Heimal's cute. Couple more boxes. Not that bad. Yeah, last time I only needed 2. It was so easy. You can daisy chain raid lockout shares. Oh, no. You need to invite every alt from the main. Because the alt will consume the lockout by killing the boss. Sorry, one having a bit of an episode. Yeah, so not daisy chained, but you also don't need to repeat earn the lockout. Right. It's like 4 different words tried to come out of my mouth at the same time there. None of them would like make enough space to let the other ones leave. Running Heimel on a shaman for the Shami only weapon mog. Oh. Ran Sanctum one last time to finish the skip. Felt so good to finish off Sylvanas before the chain phase ended. Completely skipped the platforms. I didn't even know you could do that. That's awesome. I never did that. I killed her 40 something times and I didn't do that once. What if that was my car? Box number 2. Is that going to be enough? Maybe one more. Oh no, that was it. Just two ammo. Good for heroic. Maybe not for mythic. Holy, that's nice. Bunch of stuff. We're up to 9 of 14. So Iron Reaver, I'm starting at 5 of 12. Collecting an account mode. Account mode for sure. Today, I'm just going for bulk. I'm running as many raids as I can squeeze through. Big ones that I'm missing tons of Mog from to see how many pieces of Mog I can get within a 4-hour stream. Yeah, so once you click to accept the instance with those bosses killed, don't leave the group. Wait until the lead passes to the character you're currently logged in on. And once lead is passed, kick your main, kick the lockout holder from the group so that their lockout does not get updated. If you leave the group without doing that, it's going to port you out. So you want to wait until it passes lead to you and then remove your main. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why it sounds like I'm yelling at you. I can probably say that in a nicer tone. It's hard with aggressive verbs like kick. Kick your main out. Boot him. Can him. We went from 5 of 12 up to 7. Not too bad. Let's see. 8 of 21 pieces off of Cormrock. Why does Cormrock have so much loot? Good grief. I need to take a deep breath. I feel like I'm just yelling. My kitty cat left. Went to go hang out somewhere else. Tier set boss. Oh. I was so shocked to learn that lockout sharing still worked in today's day and age. Or it was like working again or something. I feel like this land is not going to grow any fruits or vegetables for a long time. This place seems slightly radioactive. Happy. I love farming Mog. I really liked farming mounts too. It had more like dramatic moments of truth, but this is kind of fun because like I know I'm gonna get something. 8 to 21? 11. Really? Only 3? All those things and only 3? Fine. Be that way. Is there not a scorpion out here? No. Why did I think there was a scorpion over here? Maybe he drops a scorpion mount. Oh, is that a not collected BOE I see? Wow. You don't need to equip it, I just wanted to. I think it does work in ICC again. Floyd here now. Welcome. Shortcut to Manaroth? I'm farming Mog. I want to kill every boss. I probably do have the shortcut if I had to guess. But I have the mounts. I'm here for transmog. I cleared the whole place on normal and now I'm clearing the whole place on heroic. Let's go to this side now. Yeah, the shortcut is killing every boss. It's not very short, but you get lots of loot. You know what's fun? Kultir and DK, who can use the racial haymaker punch and then death grip them back. That's violent. Oh, I forget what I was doing. I think I was raid testing. I think these weren't even people that I knew. But there was some mechanic in the new raid where a player got mind controlled. And then this other guy starts bursting out laughing because apparently the mind controlled player was on a Kultiran. And the first thing they did when they were mind controlled was they turned to the nearest player and they haymakered them. And it was just really funny for some reason. 7 of 9. No 9 of 9. 7. Vengeance and Nyalotha Allseer. I'll have to wait for next time. And we'll get mailed that stuff. Can you guess what I'm going for? 2 minutes and 40 seconds of RP. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Is it Ashes Valar? I know that one's a long speech. Insert Star Trek reference here. And Taurus skip quests. I think so. It is not. I know Nyalotha has a lot of RP. I don't think it was almost 3 minutes, though. Same thing with Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul has a lot of RP, but 3 minutes is like a lot. I don't know. Illidan's RP is kind of long too. RP to open the door. Oh, is it Illidan? Oh, I can hear my dog dreaming from the other room. He's woofing in his sleep. Alright, Kilrog, what kind of stuff do you have for me? 7 of 13 right now. Wow, rude. He gave me the same item like a ton of times. And then he gave me a bunch of trinkets. Oh. Well, you're not invited to my birthday party. I should pop outside before I get too far into here to vendor stuff. So I don't get my bags full. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop out the door real quick before we go do Gorfiend. Gorfiend's got lots of stuff. Man, these things are not worth a lot of gold individually, but there sure are a lot of them. I don't think I need these Files of Glacial Fury anymore. I'm pretty sure I had those for doing Viscidus. And I'm pretty sure I don't need anything from Viscidus anymore. Let's sell them. Anyone want these? Well, maybe. I know the Essences of Undeath sell. I haven't been on a big gold making kick lately, but we'll see what we can get together. So these tier pieces drop directly, huh? They don't drop in a token, they just drop as an item, which is kind of nice because it would prevent me from having to go through the tokens and allocate them. Yeah, that's nice. Love that. I love it when I get a notification that I completed like a random like warrior tier set that I had no idea that I was farming. I just got some piece that apparently was the last piece that I needed. Do you think he's hungry? He looks hungry. Makes me want to throw hot dogs in there. I'm kind of... I'm taking a little break on the chat lists, I think. Got a little winded on them. But of course, taking a break is not a good way to get it finished. I think I'm still somewhere part-timer. 35. I'm 35, so I'm over a third of the way through. I should really just keep going. I haven't been doing them lately. Oh, 11 and 22 up to... Yeah, they're like I completed a druid set. That's nice. Oh, this is the portal, and then I see. I gotcha. Okay. Account mode percentage is somewhere in the 72 range, but I think that's because I have PvP unchecked. I think if we turn PvP back on, it's a bit different. Here, we'll check just for fun. It's 72.83, but if we go in and we turn PvP back on for just a second, because I feel like usually people would count that. These are the things I'm tracking. I'm not worrying about general stuff, just account-wide stuff, and also I don't really care about heirlooms, and I don't care about sources. But I do have account mode on. With that, it is 65. 65% of, like, Mog's Pets mounts. But I'm turning PvP off because I don't want to worry about it. Plus, it makes my number look higher. It's good. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. We've done a little bit of farming over the years. I feel like there's still a lot of easy stuff to get, too. Come on, Iskar. I'm 4 of 12. 6 of 12. I kind of thought with the amount of loot that's dropping that those numbers would be going up in a more dramatic fashion, but I suppose not. Hate the completionist in me who wants to finish the skip quest after I already 100% the raid. That is a lot. That is a big project. Also, like, it's for like 30 gold, but you never know. What if they go back and they add furniture in these raids and then you're like, wow, I'm really glad I finished the skip. That was cool of me. Trinkets and jewelry really ruin things. How rude of them. Gonna take a hit when housing comes? Collecting. The real endgame. I feel like I could abandon current content and just collect with my all the things percentage in my stream title. Or stream with the all the things percentage in the stream title, and I could just make content out of that for, like, forever. Wish you a great day. Thank you, damn doll. Right back at you. I hope you have a lovely weekend. Well, there's a few things. I forgot to check the number on him first. Good news is even if I don't know how many I got, I still got him. Probably at least 3. Yeah, it looks like 3. Housing is actually coming. It'll be in the midnight pre-patch, sounds like. Or maybe even in basically the midnight pre-patch. A patch that comes out before midnight. And it's acted for a while. Do we think November? Oh my god, that sounds so soon. I have no idea when. I'm choosing not to get too ahead of myself because I don't know. And I'm only going to freak out if I think about it. Heard a rumor that maybe in November. Oh gosh. Okay. Fell Lord. 97% full insane account mode. That's crazy. Fell Lord Zakoon. It's 2 of 11 pieces. Alright, set me up. Give me a hell render. That seems cool. Where do you think he has a shower tall enough? Do you think those pants are dry clean only? 6 of 11. A couple pieces. He did give me a hell render. I just had to ask. Wow. And now we go back to do the Red Wing. That's right. That's right. So we go not this way. We can go this way. This is fine. 96% completed for Druid, excluding PvP and pets. It'll be out when I have a lot of overtime at work. Yeah, there's always something going on. There's always something just around the corner. I have a sneaking suspicion that in August, when they're doing, like, the expansion announcement, I'm gonna be, like, busy. Just feels like it's gonna be busy. Alright, what do we need from Socrathar? Oh my gosh, my scrolling hand is getting sore from just scrolling through all the things. How do you find the motivation to keep playing WoW? Aside from Mythic Plus, struggle to do other stuff. I never really make myself play if I don't want to. And if I'm getting bored of something, then I usually do something else. But a lot of it just kind of appeals to me. And it probably helps that it's my job too. So like I'm going to be here doing something no matter what. And it's pretty low stakes. I would say if you're not motivated to play, don't force it. You're not going to get anywhere with that. You only have so many hours of leisure time in your life. please spend them on something that you enjoy. You know, you don't have to be motivated to play WoW. It's not like a fitness plan or like eating healthy or, you know, spending time with your family. It's World of Warcraft. It's nice, but you can take or leave it, and it's okay. How do you know you have the mount? I made it to picking a faction, and then I went to Stormwind and I talked to the king for a bit. I don't know if it was needed to go that far. They just say pick a faction. It's possible that once they teleport you out that you'd be done. But worst case scenario, you would just if you weren't, you would just log back in and do a couple more quests. It took me like 2 hours and change. 53% in debug mode. Holy. She really wanted to punch her in. I forgot that the pandas, when they get off their island, they spar with the king. It's like, hey, you're new to our faction. Here is our leader. Take a swing. Doesn't he have a face that makes you want to punch him? Yeah, Varian wanted to wrestle. Garrosh puts them on an arena, does he really? That's funny. Major Tusk, thank you for the 12-month resub. Happy 1 year. Appreciate it. Glad to have you. Yay. This part always slows us down just a hair. After this, we're at Velhari, who's gonna have... Where's Tyrant Velhari gone? Oh, I only have 2 out of 10 possible things for her on this difficulty. I think after this, I'm gonna do Heimal. I'd rather do a Heimal clear or 2 than I would mess with Mythic. Heimal's not a long raid. I feel like it doesn't have as many bosses, but like it's also, I don't feel like too long to go through. They don't really stop you up at too many places. They just kind of let you do it. I think. My bag's getting full again. Now we got room. We got room. If I did Shadowlands raids, I'm sure they would be slower clears, but I'd be getting a lot more gold. Legion raids, I should... Wait, I'm in a Legion raid, aren't I? No, I'm in WoD. Okay. Whew. I saw all these demons and I'm like, wait, is this Legion? Oh, no. That was dumb. I want to skip Legion raids on account of Legion Remix coming. That's what I was trying to say. And then I saw these Eridar and I'm like, oh, no. Whoa. Waiting for the first boss to get done talking to jump down and fight. Heimal was my first raid that I did in full with my guild. It was fun. 2 of 10, up to... Ooh, 7. She gave me 5 things. That is a lesson that the rest of you bosses could learn from. It's nice. Aw. I've had the ingredients to make Nanaimo bars in my kitchen for a while. I just gotta do it. I just gotta do it. Celestia6, thank you for the 3-month resub. Good luck on the run. Oh, thank you very much. We're seeing how much transmog we can squeeze out of here. Manoroth, I'm at 9 of 21 pieces, and Archimond 4 of 12. We're on heroic right now. Clarify what Remix will do for raid drops. Easier to do raids. Do you get the drop some other way? So in MOP, the way it worked, and chat, please chime in and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be misremembering at this point. You were able to buy sets for bronze on the vendor and basically bulk collect the questing sets, the dungeon sets, and the raid sets for all classes just by shopping on a vendor with the currency you were farming. And in that way, I completed pretty much all of the armor sets for MOP during Remix pretty easily. So I'm expecting the same thing to be true for Remix. I think they're just going to let us buy them up on a vendor for bronze. MOP just left after I picked the faction. That's all I needed. Nice. Thanks for confirming. That's good. Oh, look at all that. I got so much stuff. Look at this. Satisfying. All right, Archimon time. This add-on is all the things. That's what that is. All the things. For gear and for mounts. There weren't really any pets. They didn't give us very many pets, if any, in Mop Remix, but there may be more in Legion. But they put mounts in the vendor as well. Old raid drop mounts and stuff were like on the vendor, but just expensive, like lots of bronze. All the things is the add-on that tells you you think you've played a lot of WoW, but you're wrong. Here's an item that you had the last 20 years to farm that you somehow have never looted. Alright, I had 4 of 12 things from Archimon. Calm down, let me loot you. 4 of 12 up to 9. Pretty good. Alright, I've had enough of HFC. I don't want to see this place again. I need a break. We got all kinds of stuff from there. I'm going to head to High Mall, I think. That'll be fun. What is the remix you're talking about? Pardon me, Legion remix. Coming out sometime this fall to winter. Going to be an opportunity to kind of replay Legion, but in sort of like an accelerated time capsule with like busted powers, easy collecting, that kind of thing. We did one for Mop. I don't even know when Mop Remix was. Was it last year? HFC 7 and 10. Too much green. Going to Shaman. Special weapon illusion on the rock monster in High Mall. Yeah, I'll take a Shaman. I don't see why not. Assuming that my Garrison Hearthstone works anyway. What if I have it already? I might have it. What's it called? Items. Weapon enhancement. Rockbiter? Search is not available for this category. Why would it be? I just want to see if I have it. Otherwise, it's not really worth switching to a Shaman. I am Primal Victory. I'm so proud of that one. That was the most PvP-ist I ever did. I can't even tell if we're in proper, we're not in alphabetical order, are we? I have Landslide. I don't even use these. Fire Weapon, Icy Chill, okay. Dropped by Tectus on a Shaman. I wonder if it won't show me because I'm not on a Shaman? Anyway. Oh, change class to Shaman. How? Oh, there. Okay. I wish you could search. It is Rockbiter. I can confirm. I guess I can go to the ones I don't have and see if it showed up. Why would it be easy? It would be a shame if this database was indexable and searchable. That would make too much sense. They must. I wonder if they don't show it if you don't. It's not in like the uncollected ones. No. Alright, I'll bring a Shaman. We went to the end. I didn't see it. Could have missed it. I do have Shamans. Oh, I don't know if they have them. They may have a hard time getting there, honestly. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to get on Krabby. And I might end up flight pathing her from Ashran while I take another break. That might be good. Yeah, it could be hidden. They say a 3.72% chance to drop from Tectus. I don't know if that would have been boosted during thingy. Possibly, possibly not. I guess first I can see if Garrison Hearthstone works. I don't know if she has one or not. It may not let me do this, but worth a try. Yeah, not eligible to use this item. Oh, dear. What if the adventure was the Wowhead article comments we read around the way? So let's go Stormwind, Ashran, Flight Path, and I'll get up and go pet my dog or something. Stretch the legs. Wiggle the toes. Not Borealis, Ashran. here. Storm Shield. This is gonna be kind of a long flight path, but that's okay. It'll be scenic. That is weird, Alien. Instance already in progress. Treachery and Locket getting the same thing. Is it on Mythic? Trying to think of reasons why that would be the case. I'm gonna do the Warband everything everywhere all at once. Just because I'm not seeing my flight path. It was heroic? Not as long as flying from Booty Bay to Sunwell. Why am I not finding... I guess it was over here, wasn't it? Oh, you can fly. That's nice. He's not marked on the map. You can use the Flight Master, thank goodness, but he's not marked on the map. Heimel's over here, right? Ish. Yeah. Alright. BRB. Are we there yet? Oh, we're not there yet. How you guys doing? Thanks for the video. Of course. Thanks for watching it. Which one? The new one? I was actually just checked the views on that earlier today and I was like, oh, people still watch those. I had a feeling that when I came back that I was just going to put them up for like 10 people because it had been so long that the algorithm wouldn't show them to anybody anymore. It's nice that people still want to see them. Alright. Heimel. How much stuff from Heimel? Lore walking is not time-based. You have all the time in the world. That's not going away. If anything, I'm kind of expecting them to continue to tack new quest lines onto it. But not time limited, thank goodness. What? Heimel. So, anything LFR plus will have Rockbiter, possibly from Tectus. Which does look kind of cool. In a earthy kind of way. Normal. Am I on 65? Make sure I'm on account. Oh no. So we had 65%. I have 80% of normal, 50% of heroic, 40% of mythic. So I think we'll start on heroic. And if for some reason I'm like almost collected in LFR. I must have done a lot of LFR Heimel. We'll start on heroic. Hope cats dream because they really spend a prodigious amount of time sleeping. My kitty twitches in her sleep sometimes. Substantial number of people only YouTube, not Twitch. May have been missing. I betcha. I betcha you're right. Add-ons really helped. The vendor and the locket one. I've been using Scrap a lot. I've been getting a lot of use out of that one today. Ready, Garg. So, heroic Kargath. 3, oh no, not 3 of 5. Hang on. 6 of 9, or not 3 of 9. So there's 6 things he could draw me. Every time my random mount button brings up Mim's head, I smile. My random mount button brought up Hogris. Look at how cute he is. Look at his little piggy tail. RDM Games, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Thank you for picking me. Appreciate it. One of my cats does a 4-paw biscuit order. Do you ever like place orders for biscuits with her? Or them? Kitty's sleeping on the right half of my keyboard, unbothered. I wish I could sleep that well. Kira was sleeping on a partner's desk for a while last night, just full out splooted. She'll start up in like a formal loaf pattern and then she'll kind of start to ooze over time until she's just like, look, flat cat. One puddle of cat. This one has a lot of RP. But as long as they're still going, that's the key thing. I was so nervous to do this fight. It's like one of my first raid fights. That I did with my current guild anyway. I don't even remember if I was healing. No, I wasn't. I was a Shadow Priest. I DPS'd for like multiple expansions. I don't think I healed until Shadowlands. I keep forgetting. I feel like I've always been a healer. He receives orders at random. Freelance biscuiteer. There we go. I never did set up proper bars in this character, so we're one button rotationing it. Mainly the first boss with RP. Tectis doesn't advance phases quickly. Gotcha. Just got Ashes of Valar. OMG, OMG. 15 years later. Congratulations. Not a moment too soon. I did like they released those little short videos about each of the warlords, or at least some of them that were in kind of a pretty art style. Those went over really well. Those were cool. Oh, is he looking at me? He's looking at me. I started jumping and he's like, I didn't know he did that. That's fun. I know my character will look at him. Still no Gmod, all 4 difficulties, 15 tunes. Oh, that's brutal. That is so much Battle of Dazar'alor. Alright, how many? 3. The answer is 3. And then you feel like you want to go downstairs, but you don't. I think you want to go out this way. First boss of the expansion, and he's out. Gotta start things off with a bang. I have 4 of 10 from the Butcher. Oh, you can mount in here too. That's right. I wonder if I'll get in trouble for just running around. Great soundtrack out here. He was on the box art. Just like the Maldraxxus guy. You guys not drop trash? My goodness. Pale stew does not sound good. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. We'll go do Mushroom Guy, Bracken Spore. That was a challenging fight. I've forgotten what it was, but I remember it was tricky. Multiple groups and something about a mushroom. I thought this was a really cool raid. I love outdoor raids, or like mainly outdoor raids. You don't get that many of them anymore. Pale stew? Nice, all kinds of stuff there. Only one thing I didn't get from Brackenspore. Let's go do Tectis. 3 things plus the enchant for Tectis. Does nothing, dies. Classic Maldraxxus guy. I think I got myself in combat with the trash. Whoopsies. Yeah, I remember these pale guys were like a plot point, or I don't even know if they were a plot point. They were just around in early WoD, and then I completely forgot about them. I couldn't even tell you what they are. For all I know, they're people. Like, I mean, of course they're people, but... What is their least favorite instance to Mog Farm? Oh, Battle for Mount Hyjal, I think. I thought it would be not too bad. And then it was bad. I don't pay enough attention to get away with doing it, is my problem. I get distracted, and then there's just like an extra mob that's flying around somewhere that I didn't kill, that I've like forgotten exists, and I'm just talking to chat waiting for something that's not going to happen. Food for thought. Endgame electric lamps still run off electricity, like real lamps. I suppose they do. That one kind of threw my brain actually for a second. At first I was like, no, because they're not plugged into anything. And then I thought about it, and then I was like, oh, yeah. I guess I have to wait for him to do his phases. He had great voice lines. Real iconic. Goodbye, Collector's Bounty event. I'll miss you. It was so much fun. I had a great time. I've been so busy. I did not think this was the month. I thought July was not going to be a month for non-stop WoW, but there it is. Yeah. Tectus, what if you give me the Rockbiter illusion on my first try? Wouldn't that be fun? I think it would be fun. You should really give it a go. I think the collector event was more fun than the normal season. That's quite saying something, especially when you already had like all the mounts going into it, so you didn't even get the mount farming fun that we had. Hydra better with track undead. Ooh, that's good. That is a good idea. If they extended it a week, would you be happy? I don't think so. I think I want a gap week to do other stuff before the patch. I got Spire of Tectus. And I got some bracers. That's it though. I think I want them to bring it back again one day, but I don't want another week tacked onto this one, especially because I feel like I could easily run Sanctum of Domination and Nyalotha another week on all my characters and get nothing. Like, I have a feeling that if they did extend it, it wouldn't change anything. It would just mean I would have to do another 11 lockouts of each. Got the Mog farming going on. Nice. Yeah, the double T-Mog's been really nice. I've gotten kind of used to it. This stuff is doing decently well at auto-flagging itself. BOEs aside. So much fun. Collector Adam was helpful in streamlining and scheduling the runs so I wouldn't get burnt out. Oh. That's a weird issue, Belly Floof. I've never had that problem before. It sounds really annoying. Never seen an Nyalotha Allseer. I've heard of other people getting them, but it does not seem like it wants to drop. Seen people arguing the mount drop should be 5% permanently. I understand why people would say that. I think if they did that, the goalpost will always move. You give us anything and we want more. I think. I think if you make things permanently quote-unquote easy all the time, it takes away some of what made them so exciting to farm in the first place. I think part of the reason why it was so exciting is you felt like you were getting away with something. If they were always 5%, then it just turns into another chore. Any luck there? No, lots of trinkets. Shards of nothing indeed. Sending all my juju on your mount quest. Only need 4 more. Oh, thank you. I am done farming mounts. There's 2 that I didn't get, but I ran out of lockouts for them. I'm just farming Mog now. Thank you. I got muffins. 0.01. Are there mounts that are 0.01? I know there's transmogs that rare. I think maybe some world boss mounts used to be. Show and tell your lunch. I have 2 bran muffins. Heated up in oven with a little bit of margarine. It's basically just a snack. This isn't lunch, I don't think. Soundless 0.5. Yeah, Soundless is stupid. Soundless is not fun. I can always tell which mounts I've decided are like not a fun grind because they're the ones I just didn't do. I've been having a hard time reminding myself if you didn't care about farming them before, it's okay if you don't get them now. Yeah. Most miserable man, either Void Talon or Breeze Spider. I haven't started Breeze Spider. I don't even really understand where he spawns. Azure spans somewhere. I think Dragonflight was the first expansion that I ended with like a decent chunk of mounts missing. The other expansions I thought I did a better job of getting the mounts while they were current. One's near the dig site. Gosh. I'm waiting for the starting zone dungeon boss to spawn. Oops. I think the thing that is really going to distinguish mount collectors of like current mounts that have been keeping up with it is whether or not somebody has done all the Undermine mounts. Because there's so many mounts in Undermine. And they're not like, no individual mount is like impossible to get. Although Miscellaneous Mechanica is pretty gross. But like for someone to have gotten all of them, I think shows a level of mount collecting current dedication that not a lot of people have. Oh, I gotta stand. Oh no, robes. I got robes. Nice. I wonder if they'll let me port out or if I need to, Oh yeah, there's a port. Don't have the resonance crystals for the Undermine stuff, right? Have them all but the miscellaneous ones. Yeah, there's probably somebody out there who has all of them. And that is an an up-to-date mount collector. I'd be really impressed by that. I want to get there, but it's going to be ages for me. I'm nowhere close. Just need one Mechanica mount and I'm done. Holy. For me, it's the protoform mounts. See if they have all the prototype ones. Those ones weren't that bad. Compared to Miscellaneous Mechanica, protoform synthesis mounts were chill. You could get any given mount in like a couple hours of moat farming plus whatever the mats were, which sometimes took a little bit of doing, but like like don't get me wrong, it was some collecting, but like there's no individual protoform synthesis mount that was like, oh my gosh, that thing's impossible. It was just a lot of them, I guess. And there's so many mounts. I'm eating muffin. These are all the War Within mounts that I don't have. There's so many. Mechanica, Mechanica, Mechanica. Paragon, 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 Paragon. I forget. Renown? Raid Renown? Yeah, forgot about that. Gallywix. Raid Renown? Time Walking. Didn't get the Cinder Bee. Did not get the Onthrek mount. I don't even know what this is. Can't be just a quest. Guess it could be. It's from Stone Vault. That was a dungeon, right? Quest item thing. Gotcha. Didn't get that. Never got the SMR. Love this thing, though. Super cool. Did not do Alaniri yet. That's an Erebar Palace. Haven't finished Seasbarg. That's an Erebar Raider. Yeah, Time Walking Mounts I haven't gotten yet. Time Walking Mount, Time Walking Mount. Liberation. I could probably walk in and buy that one. I might have enough renown. I don't know. Oh, I thought it was 900 gold, and I'm like, how come I haven't done it yet? But no, it's Cinderpaw and didn't do that either. Mount Journal Enhanced is the Mount Journal add-on. Mount Journal Enhanced. I have the mount from the Awakening the Machines chest. I have that mount. I'm still missing Transmog, but I have the mount. I don't know if it's the same people as Pet Journal Enhanced. You would think so. I don't use Pet Journal Enhanced anymore because it rematch kind of supplanted it for me. About to get Lord of the Rings. Thought I had a lot of mounts. You do. You absolutely do. My collection's not bad. There's a couple of people in chat that have more than me. But I think it's all a function of how much time you have to play. Which is definitely not going to be even between people. Can't wait for Toy Box Enhanced. Man, I don't know if the if Blizzard lets you handle enough information about toys to do a good Toy Box Enhanced, but it would be good. Maybe somebody did one. I have more Mog because I just loot very skillfully. They do one, but not Pet Enhanced. Oh. A result? Nice! Congratulations! Happy I got the Toy Shredder, like that it's Legion colored. I used to use that, like the Lumber Extractor, as my herbing mount instead of the Sky Golem, just to be like a hipster. Because, like, actually, people would be like, oh man, she's using the Sky Golem, and I'd be like, no, no, no. I'm pleasant. Actually, same reason I used to use the red water strider instead of the blue one, just to be a tiny bit different. We have been getting a lot of mounts lately. Number go up for sure. There's always another one though. Most memorable mounts to get. I mean, it's not a good sign if nothing comes to mind, is it? Spectral Tiger. Because I saved up 1,000,000 gold for it. When that was really hard for me. I wasn't very good at gold making. And inflation had not yet made 1,000,000 gold super easy to get. I paid somebody. I paid another player for it. And I was really excited. All the WoD respawn mounts. You know, I didn't actually. I'm pretty sure I'm still missing the hippo. Hope you get a Neuralus. Ever since I got it, only using that mount. Love it way too much. Neuralus is gorgeous. Got the drop. Thanks for streaming. Oh, have a nice day. Trying to think if there's any other mount drop moments that stand out. The ones that took a long time, so midnight for sure. I think we still have a command about it. I was farming that dungeon for so long. I was so outrageously unlucky with that one. It was like a 1% mount and I killed it 473 times. Same thing with the blood trolls for the thing. Colored hair, what a throwback. I'm gonna pull this up and see. Oh no, it's my own ad. Ah! Oh yeah. Oh, that's right, it was New Year's. I'm like, why am I wearing a dress? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, it was New Year's Eve. Why is there a houseplant on a webcam? Why does my camera look better back then? It's the same camera. Maybe that's just a function of being younger. Never forget the miserable ones. 4 of 8 of these guys. CG Raptor was hard for me too. That took a long time. North of 500 on Nightmare. Gave up. Can't have nice things. If a mount drops, it drops. I'm at peace. Holy moly. The RNG got you so hard it resulted in like personal growth. You've reached enlightenment. Holy moly. I kept trying to remind myself of that during Mount Mania or whatever we're calling this Collector's Month, Collector's Bounty, is that it's not up to me whether it drops. I can't control that. I can try a lot, and I'm gonna do that, but at the end of the day, it might not drop. It's not on me. Yeah, Mount Nirvana. Midnight drop was 4 years ago. If anything, I feel a little bad that I feel like I've aged a lot in 4 years. I guess I'm not dyeing my hair anymore. I felt like I looked a lot nicer in that clip than I do now. Oh. I guess a lot of life happened. Shadowlands Hazel, different kind of collector too. What if our greatest collecting era is yet to come? It's so cute when you guys geek out about each other's collections. I love it. This is like the perfect place for that. Like, you always tell yourself, you know, it doesn't really matter if I get this thing or not because no one cares about my collection but me, but it's not true. You get a lot of things and you come to this chat, someone will be impressed. Yet to come, because housing. It's kind of making me want to work harder on my collection so that I can impress you guys. Analyze me on stream, see what I have? Alright. If I do it to you, well, no, not today. Today is mog farming. So my last hours of Collector's Bounty, I'm going to use them. But on some point, if we have a content downtime, we got to do you and we got to do Jeff. It's only fair. Greatest collecting era. Spend we're at the retirement home in a chair. In the yard. Farming old raids. Oh, man. What if getting a house is the beginning of the end for me because you can't peel me out of my yard? I just want to, like, water my flowers and read a book in a chair. Almost 3 levels of my Pandaren while doing the Enlightenment dailies. If housing makes me go back to Old War, I'm going to be cross. Alright, I'm missing 4 items from Margok. I also need to pick a new raid. Argument to be made for Shadowlands raids. Or BFA raids. Imagine a nice weather WoW streams from the yard. I don't know if the internet would be there for it. Assuming it can be anonymized. Get off your lawn IRL, get off your lawn on Azeroth. Might be perfect for the event to help choose where to go. Number 2 on my Connected Realms, the number 1 guy is 138th world rank. I felt a bit that way about my pet collection. Like, I thought my pet collection was such cool stuff. I thought I was so hot. And I looked at it, and Lightbringer's a big pet collecting server. And there's a lot of people with really nice pet collections on Lightbringer. And my collection would probably be top 5 on a lot of other servers, but it's not top 5 on mine. Grateful for all the mounts I've gotten, but there's like 2 or 3 more that I would have liked. Oh, man, Mythic Margok does not want to give it up. He's insisting on doing all of his speech stuff. Data for Azeroth is how I'm at least checking that kind of thing. It'll show you your global rank as well as your server rank for things like mount score, pet score, transmog collection score. That's Data for Azeroth. It's a website you can look yourself up on. I did not remember this taking so long. Eternal Palace. I am missing a lot of Eternal Palace Mog. Like, almost all of it. I think that's going to be where we're heading next. Is it going to have tokens? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You Eternal Palace. I'm missing so much loot, though. I have, like, a decent amount of the LFR loot, because I've run it a couple times in LFR here and there. But normal... I have almost nothing on normal and almost nothing on mythic, and only 1/5 of it on heroic. Still like to get Gmod and the Jailer mount, but I got Invincible. Everything else, icing on the cake. Are we good yet? Oh, they're gonna make me fight Shogal. I didn't realize this had a mythic phase. Holy moly. There we go. Got some loot. Alright, I think I'm gonna let my druid do. I'm gonna let the druid take on, Secret Palace. Eternal Palace. 473? I'm so curious. Another hour of mog farming. I'm so curious how many pieces we're able to get today. I feel like we've been cleaning up. I think the approach is working. I feel like I could have streamed for like 6 weeks doing nothing but mog farming. But, alas. The plant was cute. Oh, you like that clip? Oh man, one for the ages. Memories we get to keep. So if I want to get to Eternal Palace, I need to get to Borealis. And then take the Nazjatar portal. Yeah, put all those Nihilithus skip tunes to good use. I don't even know if I'm going to have time to do it on one character a couple times. I don't know how long this raid clear is going to take us. We're stone at Dornegal. We can just port around a little bit. Oh, hang on. Oh, more Mog! I'm getting more Mog. I forgot some of the bosses were stuck in an unlootable position. I wonder. My close friends call me a leprechaun due to my insane luck for RNG drops. However, I realize I need more mounts that aren't RNG. Yeah, some of them are just dumb patience. Oh yeah, maybe I would have had the teleport open. Oh well. Oops. Secret Palace! Boyfriend wants the rares of Cold Shoulders and Eternal Palace. I've been holding a lockout. Didn't even know they existed. I don't think I know they existed. What rares are Cool Shoulders? What if I get them? I mean, maybe they're rare. Midnight drops for someone at noon. That was midnight. That was literally the middle of the night. It was like New Year's Eve. It was my last Mount Run lockout. It was late. What am I doing? I'm going to Najtar. That's what I'm doing. It was like, it was so spookily perfect. Even better. Super rare mounts you got this event? I got the Jailer mount. Actually, here. Why am I listing them out? I made a command. I got those mounts. I'm going to put together a compilation of all my mount drops. I saved all the clips. I'm going to slap them together. I think the entrance is over this way. Nice. Yeah, not bad. I have a Mechanome Frost Mage named Siberia, and I enjoy the pun every time. I don't remember where the door is. Lots of these things look like they should be a door. Don't tell me I don't have it. That is not news I want to hear. Swim, okay. Gonna go. Have a good day. See you later, Mr. Sonic Gen. I feel like I'm getting flushed. I feel like I'm getting flushed somewhere. Oh, I'm gonna be so lost in here. I don't remember this at all. This rip current. Like, this is brand new to me. Was this raid good? It had some memorable moments. Also, I need to swap out my earbuds. Not want to hear people talk about much. Yeah. Fish boss gave me PTSD. Yeah, the fish boss was brave. Gosh, I remember them. I talked to Blizz devs about this because I went to like a creator summit when this patch was in development, and I remember sitting in a room on like in a circle on a bunch of chairs, like some kind of a support meeting, which is normal, but it was just, I remember feeling like it was a little, just the energy was, I think I was just really anxious. And that was where I learned the word sessile, because one of the devs described Blackwater Behemoth as being sessile, and then they had to define it for normies like me, and I learned that it's when a boss is attached to a location that they cannot move from, like a barnacle. What am I on? I'm on Heroic, apparently. That's, I guess, where we're starting. It's a good spot to start. I need lots of stuff from here. Oh, those are the cool shoulders. Heroic and higher. Oh, also, gross, I have to actually do damage. Ooh, lots of stuff. Lots of stuff from Savara. I'm 2 of 13 items from Blackwater Behemoth. What is your advice for WoW beginners? Don't let anybody rush you. Find something that seems fun and just focus on kind of one little goal at a time, whether that's leveling, getting your gear up, whatever it is that you want to do. Don't let anybody rush you. Reign of Low, I'm not sure. I was doing it on normal. I think it should work on heroic. I'm not 100% though. Shocked to discover Eternal Palace had no skip. Yeah, a bit weird, isn't it? Especially because it came out so much later. Would you advise all the things for beginners? No, absolutely not. I think that's a great way to overwhelm people. Besides, the kind of person that really likes it is gonna find it at some point. They'll be drawn to it eventually, sooner or later. I think that a beginner would want to have their interface be as straightforward and simple and clean, as easy to understand as possible. So that, because you forget how many things you have to get used to when you're brand new. When somebody who's like never played WoW looks at like a standard streamer's rating UI, it looks like a spaceship. It's a bunch of bleep bloop buttons that do nothing. Somebody just made a new account, ATT, kind of fun and fresh, but it's so overwhelming even knowing the app and the game. Yeah, give yourself some time to get used to stuff before you go complicating it. It's like if you went to a climbing gym the first time and people are trying to like help you with like really intense like beta or whatever about how to get up a harder difficulty climb, and you're like, listen, I'm just trying to figure out how to get my shoes on. I am not confident I could make it up a ladder. Let me just work on the one hand in front of another for a second. You know, one thing at a time. This is not available yet. I didn't do Darkest Depths, did I? I need to go do Blackwater Behemoth. I think we ran right past it. We need to go down that way. Tried to show Race to World first to my parents, and my dad just looks at me like I have 3 heads. So I remember I needed to kill some of the trash. Not all of it, but some of it for sure. I'm 37. My parents can't believe I still play that game from high school. I mean, it is a little bit shocking. I think that if my parents were placing bets, or my mom was placing bets on whether or not I would still be playing WoW in 15 years or whatever, if you'd asked them when I was still in high school, they would have been very surprised to find out the answer. Nice thing about being 37 is that you you don't need them to approve. Not on their credit card anymore. To be a WoW beginner again, I used to get dreams of playing WoW because of how much I hyperfixated on it. Yeah. Yeah, I think when I'd started YouTube, you'd try to tell anybody that I would have been doing it full time and like trying to house hunt and qualify for a mortgage on the back of it in blank amount of years, I would have not believed you, and that was my dream. I was the one with the dream, and I wouldn't have believed you. My mom thought I would be still playing 15 years later. She never would have gotten me this sub. Zillion Panther get? Nice, congratulations. How many things did I get from that? Chunk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's fun doing raids that you have barely anything for. Radiance of Shar is going to be good. I only have 3 pieces collected from her. These must have been the things that I got when I, like, raided this tier. That's the only explanation for having so little of it, is it's the stuff that I had at the time. Click the orb straight ahead. I probably just missed a little skip. I think we can go right around to Radiance and then after that go to Ashvane, maybe? Maybe I can do Ashvane now. Maybe I didn't do these guys. I haven't soloed this raid a lot. I guess that's the downside of anything that you're don't have a lot of Mog in, is you wouldn't have farmed it very much, so you might be a little bit lost. Already not living with my mom anymore when I started playing WoW. I don't think she knows how long I've been playing. It's a lot of achievements to get all at once. Maybe I need to do the boss. Old enough for Mom was convinced that no kid would be Pac-Manning, Space Invadering, or asteroiding their way to riches. I'm pretty sure I heard that one. You're not gonna get a job doing this. Gonna miss the 4-hour streams. Hope you get a good rest after. Yeah. That'll be a nice little break. Might take a couple days off in August if I can squeeze them somewhere. I bet you they're going to put out an expansion style cinematic for midnight at Gamescom. I'm very much expecting that. So late August, another 3 weeks or so. Upcoming lull week will be nice. Yeah, a little gap. Next patch is so soon. I'm excited for Manaforge Omega. It's a great raid. Use your method, try for Mim's head. Wish me luck. Good luck. Sprinkle some luck dust. Are you RPing? Yeah. The latest entry in a long tradition of minions getting ascended, only to be immediately smoked. Are you nervous, Herja? Yeah, leveling XP boost along with the so many things under the seams. Armor set. 9 and 14. Good through the August, I think. 11th? I think so. Alright, Lady Ashvane, for some reason, I actually have a bunch of stuff from on this difficulty. Only 3 things she could give me. The question is, do I really need more alts? Well, if you decide you do, you'll always have another chance in Remix. The thing I ran into with Mop Remix was I was able to level a character all the way up to, at the time, current expansion level cap. Because I'm pretty sure Mop Remix launched in, what, the end of Dragonflight? So I had, I think, a bunch of characters that had been at the previous expansion level cap going into Dragonflight that I'd never gotten around to leveling. And I was like, well, I could level these 10 levels, or I could just delete them, remake them in Remix, and level them from scratch in probably less time, because leveling in Remix was so insanely fast. I wonder if that's going to happen again. Hot here today, 36 Celsius. Oh. Yeah, I forget what our record for leveling a Mop Remix was, but it was fast. Nice. Only one thing missing from her now. I just want to use this remix as an excuse to do Legion, not with my main class. Yeah, I get that. Hey, Hazel. Hello, Sean. How are you doing? Your video promises 2 hours. I don't think I would have said it if I didn't do it. I think I must have checked, like, at one point. You'd think. Alt Army was good for Mount Farm. Guardian Druids don't explicitly have to be bears. What animal is hyper-aggressive and always takes aggro? That's right. Geese. Guardian Druid Goose form. Hyper-aggressive takes aggro. A Cape Bull. That would actually be sick. Maybe it would be stomping on monk imagery too much. Want a Guardian Druid Goose. Alright, Orgazoa. I'm 7 of 13, and now I am 9 of 13. I'll take it. And now we have to run all the way down her thing. The taunt could be a honk. Maybe play tank if they could be geese. It's okay, I know what you meant. I mean, knock on wood, I've never had a bad encounter with a goose. I've never, like, tried to go up to them, but I've never had them seek me out for any reason, really. But I think it's, maybe area-based. Swear the BC geese are not the same as the Ontario ones. Probably. Maybe there's more space here. People are not forced into as close proximity. Because, like, if I see geese, I'm definitely, like, going around. I'm not going to, like, walk right up to them. Oh, I love watching them migrate. Sometimes you'll get whole flocks of them flying really low and you can hear their wing beats right overhead. It's magical. I got every mount except for 2. Save a little something for next time, I guess. I ran out of lockouts that could do it. Did you have a crazy experience at a lake with a flock of them? Oh, there was a bunch of geese staging at the lake on a day that we were fishing. And they were just kind of doing rounds. It was at Thetis Lake, which has kind of like islands in the lake. It's not a super big lake, but there's like little islands in it. And they were just kind of going around and around and around. Basically like flying drills. It kind of reminded me of the scene from The Wild Robot when the geese are just practicing. They had babies and I fed the 4 of them apples. Fed 2 goose apples at work. Got my Alanira. Congratulations. Yeah, the Castle Nathria tokens are horrific. Hideous. Unfriendly. Look at her go. I've been, for today at least, for the sake of speed, I've just been mailing all of the tier tokens I've gotten to a bank vault to hold them and deal with them later. I have 5 out of the 10 items I need from Queen's Court on this difficulty. And then I'll be curious to see Zakul, because he could drop his rare shoulders. They're called Pauldrons of Zakul. They look like that. I never would have pinned those for rare. If I saw them out in the world, I don't think I would know. Peshmar always kind of made me want a soft blanket. I kept looking at her name and thinking about a pashmina. And then I just wanted a snuggly blankie. 5 of 10 up to... well, 7 of 10. A couple items. I feel like every 5 years or so, I change my clothes to be even more comfortable, and at this rate, by the time I'm 40 years old, I'm going to be exclusively wearing muumuus. Just a formless void of the softest fabric available. Better yet, the Snuggie, you know, blanket with sleeves. Sometimes those things actually aren't as comfortable as you want them to be, because when they get that big, they get, like, twisted. You don't want it to be so oversized or, like, smoothly that it's getting tangled, you know? Ultimate comfort wear, nothing at all, just have pet cam. Even if I wanted to, I would get so cold being nude all the time. I don't know how people hang out in just their underwear. Like, I would do it for comfort, but I would be cold. I don't... maybe if I lived somewhere really tropical. Basically wearing a muumuu, has Snorlaxes on it. Listen, you never know what's under the Murloc onesie. With the Christmas tree skirt being the final form. Oh, man. Alright, is it cool? No pauldrons is a cool. That would be too easy. But luckily, while we're waiting for the lady to come open the portal, we can actually vendor some stuff. The first time I did this, I was getting so paranoid that she wasn't opening a portal. Because she was taking so long. Would rather do carrot chest than deal with the weapon tokens. I think I'm going to end up with another Warbank tab. I think that's what's going to happen. Normal. I need normal Eternal Palace. And I need mythic Eternal Palace as well. There must have been a mount I farmed in here on Heroic or something. Or maybe I just farmed the raid for the longest on Heroic. Or bank tab's expensive for casual players. I just got kind of stubborn about feeling like I didn't need any more after I had two tabs. So even if I could have afforded it, I started to feel like, well, why should I? After all. Sultan Mahmood, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thanks for picking me. Next tab costs 500k. I think it's only 100 for mine. I'm just being very cheap. Look, I learned something from last time. Wow. I love that emote. That one's based on a teacup that I have. I have like extra pets that I don't have the courage to delete or sell. Stubborn about the fourth one, even though it would be nice. Eventually I'd love to have them all done, but I feel like I'm gonna need gold for housing stuff. Like, I don't think all of it's gonna be gold sync stuff, but I think there is gonna be some gold sync stuff. Makes me salty that there's an achievement for 5 tabs. Oh, we're about to have so much more personal bank space though. Alright. Am I on normal right now? No, I'm on heroic. Maybe I have 75% because I've just cleared the whole place. Maybe that's why. 6 of 9. Up to... Oh, 6 of 9. Just item IDs, I guess. The economics of the housing system is such an unknown for now. How else are you going to get the 5 million gold random trophy to display in your house? It's just a pile of gold bricks. They have stuff like that in Animal Crossing. They have like decoration items that are a ton of bells to like craft or make, or like need a lot of actual gold, which is quite rare. And they just... And it's just literally like a pile of money. Like, I think there's a thing that you can make that's a pile of money that just costs a bunch of bells, and that's it. Alright, which one of you is going to help me get out of here? You were going to do it before. Let me leave. Saving tender. Assuming it'll be a housing item source, but don't know that for sure. You just know, too, that, like, if... Oh, they're not going to give us any more tender, are they? It would be nice if they were going to mix housing stuff in along with the transmog and the mounts and the pets and the toys. Not so many toys. If they were going to mix it in on the trading post, that they would also give us more tender, but I don't think they're going to. I don't know if the drop rate of cool shoulder is boosted. It may not be. Also, I don't know if they're going to let me leave. I might have to port out. Nobody seems to want to speak with me, so... I think this is probably going to be one of these guys. Crafting profession stuff. Yep, they're adding housing stuff onto, I think, all of the professions. Do you think in Legion Remix we will be able to collect those artifact appearances? They confirmed no. They said no. Am I going to make my own crafters? I mean, what if I just get Flabby to make me everything? Flabby has lots of crafters. Why would I do it? And message him and be like, please. Like a furniture maker. I was at my grandparents' place recently, and they have this really long, beautiful pine table that they've had my entire life. And I was asking about it, and my grandpa told me that he made it himself like 40 odd years ago. And then moved with it. He'd like got a deal off some guy that he later had a falling out with for some like 12-foot pine. And he just like, I didn't even know he woodworked. I had no idea. I don't know if he ever made anything else. I have no idea. I'm so impressed. Like, I did not know that was, I knew it was wood. I did not know that my grandfather made it. All right. What did I decide I was going to do this on? I decided I was going to do Eternal Palace. We just finished it on Heroic, I think. I think I need it on Normal. I think we very much need it on Normal. It's like, I wish I could do that kind of thing. And maybe I could learn to do the woodworking, but I think finding that wood and paying for it would be a much larger challenge now than it was in 1980 something. 1970 something. But it was sweet. He was telling a story about how my grandma had was looking at tables just like it in the store, and she wanted one, and he decided he was going to make one for her. My grandparents are so cute. Herbalists should be able to collect different leaf and branch shapes that we can assemble into houseplants and similar. I will riot if there are not herbalism-based houseplants. There will be. There has to be. They know that the plant mom and plant dad generation are fully playing WoW. They know. Hazel, the 80s weren't 40 years ago. That would mean I'm almost... Oh no. The table is made in the 80s. My grandfather is nearly 90 years old. He was definitely older than that. That was just when the table was made. I need so many plants. I wanted to take up woodworking during the pandemic, but lumber's so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, more than ever. More than ever. Is there a door? There is a door over here. Oh, so we're up to 917. Born in 57. I'm 68 right now. Fine if they just give me the leaves, let me put them together. Could be fun. If I had a house with room for it, I would love a big table. Or at least an extendable table with leaves, but I would love a big table that you could host like 6, 8, 10 people at, just to have like a family dinner, have my family all come visit. But also when they're not visiting, which let's be honest, they're not going to be visiting all the time, depending on where I end up. But anyway, crafts, puzzles, you know, like my Nana's done so much sewing at that table over the years. Like, yeah, they use it for family dinners. They don't use it for every night dinners, but she has done so many crafts and sewing, and sometimes there's houseplants on it, and sometimes they're like drying bunches of stuff. Like, it gets used. Board game D&D gaming tables. Any chance you get it? Maybe. I don't know, actually. I would definitely throw my name in the conversation if it ever happened. You know, hopefully not for a long time, but, you know, everybody's getting older. It would... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Great puzzle table. As new houses get smaller, dining rooms around the chopping block, which stinks for hosting. How's the mount collection looking? It's doing pretty good. At about 1,020 mounts or so. We got a bunch of mounts during the event. I'm on to Mount Mog farming now. Yeah, 1,021 mounts. See how many things we can get off Blackwater Behemoth. Tried to do a big Lego build, but our cats did not permit me the required piece. Yeah, I did my Lego builds on my... I have a table that's like a 2-person tiny table from IKEA, and it's done its best. It's lovely. I'm going to try and keep it, but I did my Lego builds there, and I had to be very concise. My biggest table right now is my coffee table. Which, it's not tiny. It's not huge. It's a coffee table. But being a coffee table, you got to sit on the floor. But yeah, if I could choose anyone, and I could get that one day, definitely has, like, sentimental value. Oh, I must have missed a trash fish. This fish. I could totally see me having a woodworking phase unless it was too expensive and it upset the cheap lady inside me. Sister has a tuxedo cat and Lego has the Tuxie Cat Project. My Christmas present to her is a tribute to the cat, and he apparently doesn't care. I've seen some really funny, like, YouTube shorts that are like tuxedo cats with that particular Lego kit looking furious. Dining table from Kijiji. Pretty nice for what it is. I'm torn between my desire, like, if I end up needing more furniture, I'm torn between the desire to, like, look at, like, secondhand and estate sales and stuff to try to find, like, a piece of solid wood quality furniture versus wanting to find something on a shorter notice or maybe in, like, a more constrained style type. Because some people like I like some of my things to... the items don't need to match, but it would be nice if the vibe matched. But I have a feeling I'm going to end up with, like, kind of an eclectic mishmash of stuff, because I think that's just what's going to happen. Valuable, hard to sort through. A lot of stuff gets snapped up by resellers these days. A lot of times you're not going to find the really good things, because somebody who's made it their job to flip that kind of item is going to get there first. But that's not to say you shouldn't try. I don't think you can expect it to be dirt cheap just because it's secondhand and someone's trying to get rid of it. If it's like a solid wood desk or table, it's still going to cost a lot of money. Even if it's 50 years old and damaged, like, they're still going to want a lot of money for it. See also thrift stores. Yeah. Snapped up by consignment. Mm-hmm. We'll see. A lot of the furniture that I have in my apartment right now is from Article, and it's actually, I like it quite a bit. It's only had 3 years to hold up, so I can't say it's held up for 30 years or anything like that, but I'm happy with the quality for price ratio. And it's Canadian, so that's something. Habitat for Humanity restores. Great if BC has those. Sometimes even BC will have something, but it won't be on my island. I don't even have an IKEA on the island. But yeah, I do like Article, and I think they'll deliver. Anytime one piece of my furniture looks like another piece, my sister declares it matchy-matchy as if that were a sin. I think I get her. I'm kind of over, like, a full matching set. Like, I can deal with matching nightstands, but I don't want them to match the bed to match the dresser in the exact same thing. I want like the vibes to match, but not the exact items. Like if you get like a whole living room set and it's like 17 pieces and they're all the exact same style, it just feels very 2002 to me. No Sears catalog bedroom suite. Oh, I like having a little bit of a story about each thing too. I don't mind putting together a room over a long time, especially if it lets me kind of make a little memory or something. Like I wouldn't just go get a bunch of art from like an online printer. I'd rather have no art for a long time, and then every time I go somewhere to check out like galleries or see if I can find something from a local artist. Yeah, we did get a Chipotle. We didn't have one when I moved here, but we did get one, and I have had my fair share of burritos. So fussy about art has to mean something. I understand the desire to put something on the wall, but the older I get, the more I want to really like it. I put up a bunch of tapestries here because like thin, light ones, just because it was a lot less fussy than trying to hang something heavy in a rental. It's like having a Transmux set. It's a full set opposed to items that go well together. Vibe just isn't the same. But yeah, interior stuff is very personal to people. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Do you have a tapestry of the Battle of Hastings? I do not, but I have a large piece of fabric that has whales printed on it, and I like that. Even though I bought it from like a small Canadian store, and I found out much later that the design had either been ripped off of them or they had participated in ripping it off of someone else. Because I found that exact same print like mass produced on Amazon, and I was a little bummed out. I still like it, but I like it a tiny bit less now. Which is unfair because I've enjoyed it for its own sake all these years. Why am I judging it now? Remember when wall scrolls were popular? Oh man. How are we doing? I was at 0-14, so I feel like any of these things are going to be loot for me. Yeah, up to 7. Nice, I got half of it. Most of my art done by family members. That's sweet. Most of my furniture I got as an emergency when I was kicked out of my parents' house, but it was 15 years ago. We're finally replacing it. I have some fabric and cardboard dresser drawers that I got as like a real cheap stopgap when I moved out of the apartment before. Anyway, a couple of moves ago. And I just needed to get my clothes like off of a pile on the floor. And I thought I was going to use it for just that place, but then I ended up moving it to this one, and then I never did buy dressers or anything. Now it looks like I'm going to have to move with them again. And at least they're light to move. You know, they're not heavy. They are kind of falling apart. It might be compostable, to be quite honest with you. I think it's just cotton and cardboard. They are not in great shape anymore, but to be fair, they were never expected to do this much. Nephew's going to be going to school near your island. Northwest University, Kirkland, Washington. Oh. Emergency stopgap turned into a long-term solution. I mean, if you get extra years out of it, at the end of the day, that's a net gain for... Maybe not a net gain, but it's a less of a net loss for the planet if we're throwing out less stuff because we're holding on to it longer. Even if it wasn't really meant to be held on to that long. One less thing in the trash. Even when you donate things, sometimes they find a new life and sometimes they do not. All right, Ashvane, how much stuff do you have for me? I have 6 of 9 of these, supposedly. If I'm on the correct difficulty here. Yeah. Oh no! Mike and Vogue! That's okay. We don't need it. I just convoked to myself. Oh, did I get the last of it? I think I did. I think her list is done. It's nice. I think I got everything from her. Queen's Court and Zakul time. Going to a party. Good luck with the monks. Good luck with the party. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we got 20 more minutes or so, and then we'll see what our grand total is. Catching the tail end today. How goes the Mog Hunt? Pretty good. I've been doing raids where I needed lots of stuff. We did Blackrock Foundry, we did High Mall. I'm doing Eternal Palace. We're running them on a couple difficulties. We're cranking out some numbers. I'm curious to see what like our take is. We got 225 pieces yesterday in 4 hours of streaming. And that was with messing around with some pretty not efficient grinds. So today's been a bit faster. I'm hoping that we did good. Here's some stuff. Orgazoa gave me a few things. Maybe 3? And then Queen's Court has 5 and Zakul has 4. Hyjal was very efficient. Hyjal was extremely efficient for talking to chat. I had so much time to monologue in there. I feel like we had multiple conversations. Managed to get my mount grind down to about an hour per character. Deciding I was sick of Firelands helped a lot. Nice. Good luck with your mounts. Oh, hey, I got a BOE. I don't believe the 100k. It was a BOE cloak. There we go. Didn't have the appearance for it all. There's a new one. I'll take any +1. There is no amount of gold that would incite me to sell a Mog rather than learn it. Doesn't exist. Even if I had a buyer lined up. If somebody wanted it for that much gold, that's just so much more exciting that I learned it. Must have been good. Yeah, this is our last 4-hour stream. Our slot's gonna go back to 9 to noon. Starting next week. Not even for 4 doubloons. Hyjal be a nicer way to spawn to farm if you could just camp the spawn point of the waves in the Horde zone like you can in the Alliance one. Horde one makes you run all over. The flying ones are so brutal too. And I'm not even trying to do them on like a warrior. We're so spoiled with the 4-hour streams. Gonna miss him. I bet you we could bring him back for another event, like an expansion launch. It's just balance in streams versus life, but also streams versus video too. For a while I was like, oh yeah, I can do the news video plus one other one every week. And then I was like, no, I can't. Oh, it's so fast. See if how many of the 5 pieces we get here. Oh, 2. Up to 7 of 10. Tries that cool. Do whatever you need to do. Housing launch. What if we do 6-hour streams for housing launch? I just meal prep and just no life. You know, say farewell to my husband. That kind of thing. Alright, babe. Going under. Don't forget about me. Found Hyjal to be a super cool raid back in the day, but that was because I was pretty new to the game. Thinking back wasn't great. It was kind of cool story, right? This stream brought to you by Subway. This past expansion launch was a record for the longest stream I ever did. I've done like 4 to 6 hour streams for expansion launches, but I think we did 10 or 12 for War Within, and that was new. I'd never done that before. The thing that kept me going was the fact that I knew I could get to level cap. I could taste it. I could feel that it was possible. And knowing that I was getting there made me want to keep going and do it in one sitting. If I had known that it was going to be like, if I figured it was going to be like 20 hours, I was like, no, I'm just going to go to bed and do this casually the way I normally do. Because normally I'm a big fan of bedtime. But That one I could just feel it. Prep a month ahead of time with yoga. Alright, so cool. 1 pair of pauldrons, please. Got a bunch of stuff. No pauldrons is a cool, though. Is that your rough plan for midnight leveling? I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll have to feel out how long it's going to take. If it's about the same pace, then I bet you I would do it again. Saw some cool stuff to do in Shadowlands. What level to solo those raids? 80. I would do Shadowlands raids on 80s. Heroic and Mythic? Oh, I am on normal. That's right. I think I have enough time to do this raid one more time on Mythic after this. I think I'm gonna be missed calling Honey Bun, Angel Face, Sugar Plum by the shipping and handling lady. You're my favorite driver. Don't tell the others I said that. X-Pack launches my favorite. Meal prep. Watch the South Park episode and just become a complete degenerate. Oh, expansion launch streams are so fun. I like to go live a couple hours before the expansion does, so you can just like sit and like percolate in the pre-release excitement, because everybody's just waiting to start, so a lot of people are in the mood to just hang out and chat, so you can kind of socialize a lot before it gets going, and then the expansion goes live, everybody gets real quiet, and you're just leveling like as fast as you possibly can. I remember the BFA expansion launch. I was like painting my nails on stream. I was doing nail art. What kind of info do we usually get for expansion announcements? A trailer? Yeah, they'll give us new zone previews. They'll give us there'll be like a PowerPoint presentation basically with some features. Fun waiting for the ship when Dragonflight launched. I remember when they put the portal in because the ship wasn't working. Expansion launch is like Christmas Eve. I love it. I love how it really bonds the community if things go poorly, like this ship. People were like, I was waiting at the very beginning, and then they put the portal in because the ship was broken, and I took the portal and I started leveling, and everybody's like, wait, how are you in? People were just melting down, losing it. Oh man, it was good. Listen, I clicked the portal. I don't know what to tell you. I think I got in right before server started to melt down, but I managed to like get onto like a stable shard or something. Yeah, any opportunity for small indie company. The Horde Garrison had a bottleneck when the telescope wasn't clickable. Oh man. I remember that the birds were really limited in the Alliance Garrison, the bird spawns that you had to kill to like do the intro quest. Alright, Ashara. I have 4 items I need from her. And she's given me all of them. Wow! Thanks! Appreciate it. I don't know if they're gonna let me port out. I think last time I just, I grouped myself out of here. Oh, maybe she'll do it, actually. She wants to talk to me. Can you take me to... Yeah! Get me out of here. Let's do one more run. Right, difficulty Mythic. Drops boosted this last week, mounts and rare stuff. Not more so than they were for the 3 weeks before that. I think the rate's been flat through the event as far as I know. But they are boosted in general because of Collector's Bounty. I'm so old we had Warcraft 3 LAN parties. For all the drama that the Deluxe Edition players got the expansion 3 days earlier, at least I didn't suffer expansion launch lag. They did have a nice smooth launch for War Within. I remember it all worked really nicely. My friend used a house fan to cool his PC. They'll break something again eventually. They always do. They finally get a grip on how to run all the technology they have, and then they build something new, and then they realize that it breaks at scale. Those are the days making ice packs for my laptop so it could survive multiplayer games. You know what this laptop needs is a swamp cooler. I bet you anything they'll sell early access again. They must have printed money doing that. And people complained, but people also bought it. And that's when you know you've got them, is people won't be too bitter about it when they're gonna buy it. I was right there. I complained and I bought it. They'll for sure do that again. I'm just trying to save up WoW tokens so I can get the deluxe version without needing to feel too bad about how much money I'm spending on it. Alright, Savara. I have 2 out of 17 pieces of loot she could drop. And now up to 9 of 17. It's pretty good. Try Blackwater Behemoth. Didn't buy the edition I normally do due to early access. Very gross. I applaud your commitment. How do you feel when people steal your guides, make their own? I mean, if you're just like copy pasting it without any changes, then that kind of sucks. If you're using it in like a larger compilation, I feel like that's fine. It's just as long as it's been transformed in some way. But also, I'm not out here like policing looking for copyright strikes. I don't have time. I am one lady. I don't have a team. I don't have staff. I don't have a manager. I am me. All I have is me. Nobody else is me. You know, if there's more demand for that content, then that's just good news. You manage your moves. Anything that's gonna happen, I gotta do it with my own 2 hands. Your cats are employees. I think my cat is my manager, actually. I think she's my HR. Kira stream manager, exactly. This trash is hard on Mythic. Somebody has a shield that's, yeah, causing problems. Moose is my baby. Moose is my baby boy. That's my pup. Suddenly we see an army of Hazel clones policing her content in the background. Finally doing Mythic and Taurus, week 1 for part 1 of the skip done. Nice. Get some fancy BOEs while farming? I did get quite a few, actually. I learned them all. I didn't go out and sell any of them. But a couple of my transmog pieces were BOEs for sure. Hazel AI to manage your content. Yeah. Yeah, you could argue it's not stealing jobs if it wasn't a job that was being hired out in the first place, but bit of a slippery slope. Excuse me, ma'am. You'll have to speak to my manager. Puts down Kira and walks away. Alright, I need 12 pieces of loot from this fish. Let's see what it wants to give me. Oh, 7. Not bad. Got a BOE from Sepulchre on normal. Nice 450k in the bank. You sold it for 450k? Nice. I sold one BOE. No, I sold a recipe for like 10k. Maybe 8 or 9. Because I think it was worth more, but that was the lowest like region-wide price I could find, so I figured I could actually sell it without having to list it more than once, because I have no patience for that kind of thing. Radiance of Ashar is next. I need 13 items from that one. All kinds of stuff. I wonder if any of these are cool appearances, or if they're just all very fishy. Offset helmet, gotcha. Roughly half of what you need in these bosses. Yeah, not bad for like one run. Oh, hang on. Talk to Orb. This will be our last instance run. After this, I will check and see what our grand total amount of items earned within a 4-hour stream. Or might be 4 hours and a couple minutes by then. This wasn't a crazy long farm, though. Full clearing Eternal Palace doesn't take an insane amount of time. Being a druid, I think, is nice for the sprints and for the swim form. If mana oil spikes to 300 gold per piece, sitting on 150k gold. I'm gonna need my mana oil. Got another raid tier to get through. People really do want that helmet for all leather wearers. Is it like really notable looking? Skip all the trash unless someone steps on my tail. Oh! Well, that is smart. I'm gonna start doing that. Starting now. Although I think at some point I'm gonna have to do some trash for Eye of Ashara, but... Offset Rogue Sepulchre Helm has a blank face. Gotcha. I think we have to do the trash down here. I do want BOEs, so maybe I should be killing it. If that happens, just gonna make my alchemist. Make my own. Sometimes it's a lot cheaper to buy things than make them yourself, because if you're just setting up an alchemist and you haven't fully maxed out all of the knowledge, you may not be able to craft it as efficiently as an alchemist that is fully spec'd out and has optimal profession gear can. Like, they can probably make it cheaper, and they may be selling it for less than what it would cost you to make it. It didn't used to work that way, but since Dragonflight... At least that's how I get away with being lazy and not making my own stuff. Even if it's 300 gold? Maybe. Because usually if the price is spiking, it's because the mats are spiking as well. Alchemy is really competitive. So lots of people will compete with each other and drive the price down. It'll typically go for more than craft cost, but not much more than craft cost. And craft cost can be driven down pretty low by having all of those things spec'd. If anything, your best bet would be to, like, farm herbs. Buy it if that's the case. Craft Sim is what I use to check. I can use Craft Sim to check whether or not it is cheaper or more expensive for me than auction house price to make it. You know, if it's profitable to make, then I'll just make it and use those. And if it's not, I can buy them. I don't have time to farm all the mats. Yeah, it's fair. Who does? I love herbing, but I never made a lot of time to do a ton of it. Fishing was fun. Fishing was fun for gold to 6-pack. Alright, I need 13 items from this boss. Let's see how many we can get. Oh, lots of them. We're up to 8 of 14, so I guess I got 7. Add on Annihilate. Yes. You got a good one? I'm running out. Highlighting all the things and scrap in addition to Collector's Bounty Helper really used up a lot of my good recommendations from 1 week. I'm gonna have to start scraping the bottom of the barrel. Herbing's really good gold for the first couple weeks. There's so much to do. Yeah, I think that's my problem. Is usually when herbing is good, there's other things that I'd rather be doing because they're new. World Quest achievements? That is a good one. I do like that one. Nice for collecting. Lady Ashvane we have a bunch of stuff from. Missing 3 items. Can I just jump? No. Craft sim, don't know how it works. Oh, I should do an add-on highlight for craft sim. I thought about that. I thought I was gonna, I think I'm gonna wait until next patch because that's when people are gonna be crafting again, or like looking into crafting again. But yeah, craft sim and auctionator are both, I use both of them together. I did go over them actually, if you want a preview before I get around to it. My Dragonflight, how I made gold crafting a Dragonflight video goes into it. That goes into craft sim and auctionator. Crafting is a tiny bit different from Dragonflight, but the fundamentals are all the same. That's what I would check out, because that's ready now. And it would go into more detail than I would do in a Saturday News anyway. It's just that you have concentration instead of inspiration now, but it doesn't make that big of a difference. Oh, look at all that stuff. I love the pink text. Which video? How I made gold crafting in Dragonflight, I think is more or less what the title is. I can find it. Make gold crafting Dragonflight Hazel. That's the one. How I made gold in Dragonflight. Ah, gosh. Shush, shush. Oh, I had it muted already. There you go. I put a link in chat. Just got Mim's head. Congrats, Sparky. That's fantastic. There's a nice long run to check off your list. Tome of Teleportation? Mm-hmm. We showed that one on the news video. Not this past Saturday, but I think the Saturday before that was Tome of Teleportation. Got a broken wine bottle. Nice. Well done. Yeah, I showed off Rarity as well. That was towards the beginning of Collector's Bounty. What I need is I need to start tracking which ones I've shown and how recently. Because eventually we'll need to start repeating. And it won't be such a bad thing because somebody may not have seen every news video for the past X amount of weeks or months or whatever. Years, so to speak. I'm not using Plumber right now. I usually like to highlight an add-on that I'm like personally getting a lot of use out of, especially like during whatever time period it is, but I may run out. Really rare fished up transmog for the Northern Barren Sludge Pond. I thought it was a transmog. I feel like we talked about it before, but I also wouldn't put it past anybody to like say I got insert random item here just to see if I congratulate them, because I probably would. I'm probably going to say the exact same thing. I am not a gun owner. I am Canadian. I am in Canada. I do not recreationally hunt. I'm a pescatarian. I do fish. I'm a fishing rod owner. And I think that's probably going to be the start and end of that conversation. Like the part about it not needing farming. Nighthold. Mythic. Normal, heroic. So Nighthold has one mount that's mythic only, and it has another mount that is normal and higher. Just got stoppable force. Nice. Spear gun. I don't think for me. Am I gonna go crabbing? I don't think so. We were talking about whether or not we even want to keep our crabbing apparatus, depending on where we move to. It may not be that easy to go crabbing. From shore, anyway. There will be some big fish. Got the rabbit pet. Common quality. Worn trousers. Congrats. I don't even know how many fishing rods I have. I feel like every time I go fishing, my partner has done something with my kit. There's some new thing we're using or doing that he's like swapped in or out. I'm just like, you just hand me the one that's mine. I'm gonna go try and catch something. He's the technical fisher who will do a lot of research, and he'll talk to other people fishing, and he'll go to the same spot like week after week and try at different tide times and different weather patterns. And I am the wild card fisher that will just kind of head out there and I will chuck something. And if it don't work, I chuck something else. I fish effectively at random. It's kind of the monkeys in a typewriter approach. And the nice thing about having a wild card fisher like me out with you is sometimes I will randomly hit on something that's hot, and then you know. And then sometimes I won't, and then you're like, why are you fishing with that? That's not a thing. Stop it. Gotta think like a fish. I catch and release, and I cook the catch. I do both. Because usually we'll catch more than limit. So you'll release a bunch of fish, and you'll keep the nicest one, basically. But we don't usually bring home more than what we can eat. Yeah, I would say fishing is more important than fish, but I also don't think I would go fishing if I wasn't looking for at least one fish to eat. Plus fresh fish is so yummy. Also, my dog is obsessed. I steam fish for him sometimes, and he goes nuts. Nuts, I tell you. I've been mainly doing ocean shore fishing lately, because I don't got a boat. I'm not about to have a boat. But I miss freshwater fishing. I used to do a bunch of lake fishing. I'd like to get into that again, too. I would go fishing for trout, and then I would catch bass. And sometimes I would catch trout, but I'm usually best at catching bass when I've declared that I don't want to catch bass, and I'm mainly catching trout, and I'll use trout lures in a trouty area, and then some bass will find me and be like, oh yeah, this lady. What do? You either eat them, or you release them. One of the two. Or I steam it for my dog. When I was a kid, I was fishing in a pond in a village where my grandparents lived. My cat was the one that was eating it because the fish in the pond wasn't big enough to cook. Eat them, you give them a nice... Yeah, I've given a couple of fish some really cool lip piercings. Every now and then. Alright, so cool. You could give me your pauldrons on this one. I would be okay with that. Oh, he stunned me. Have you ever thought about getting a lip piercing? I was reflecting on piercings recently, and I think I'm done. I think I'm pretty satisfied. I have my ears pierced twice each. I have lots of tattoos, which are not piercings, but they're adjacent. Body modification. And I think I'm pretty satisfied. I had a dream where I was getting a nose ring, just like one ring in the side of my nose. And I woke up and I'm like, do I want a nose ring? And I thought about it and I'm like, well, nah, I'm okay. I think it would look fine. I don't think I really want it though. Plus, I use my nose. Like, my ear piercings don't get in my way at all, but like, I like to blow my nose. Sometimes it's stuffy. I don't want to worry about any extra metal in there. I did not get all of my missing mounts. Two left. No luck. Better luck next time. Love going through fish eating phases. Some fried fish and lentil soup. Oh. One of my favorite things that I started doing with my fish recently was I would fillet the rockfish and I would basically steam or poach the rockfish fillets in like a curry. Like a tomato spiced curry. And that's really good. It was really yummy and it was so easy too. Happy surprise when you're fishing for smallmouth bass. Hook a trout. Love to get a nose and lip ring, but they would get in the way with sinuses, dental work. Yeah, I like the ear piercings because they're generally out of the way. The only time they've ever gotten me into trouble was one time my cat, when she didn't want to go to the vet, she managed to hook one of her claws through my rings and yanked on it to some extent because she was upset. So sometimes if I'm thinking ahead, I'll take out my earrings before I try to wrangle the cat now for going to the vet. But that's the only time they've ever gotten me in trouble. At least in the last 20 years or whatever. They used to be infected all the time when I was a kid, but enough hydrogen peroxide and eventually they sorted themselves out. I have a septum piercing. I did not think about how it would be a pain when I was sick. Not affected it too much. Takes some getting used to. Yeah, I think it would bother me. I like being able to use my neti pot and really like flush my sinuses. I don't think I need to introduce anything else. If I want to wear jewelry, I can wear my earrings or rings or necklaces, or maybe not bracelets. Bracelets are kind of annoying. Neti pot, really nice? Yeah, actually. When I was younger, did not believe in them. I heard about that and I'm like, you're putting what up your nose? And I thought it sounded awful. And I wouldn't even try it. And I got one a year ago or so to help flush my sinuses before I went to yoga so that I wasn't so stuffy when I was trying to breathe in downward dog. And really nice. Big fan. Oh, I haven't done it lately. I need to do it again. I boil my water. I make my own saline. I boil it and then I add salt. I add uniodized salt because you can get some really nasty infections by putting tap water up your sinuses. Very weird feeling the first time I did it. Use an unbelievable amount of sanitizing before using my neti pot. Yeah. Yeah, I clean mine good. I make the I boil and salt the water. It's been good. All right, Lady Ashar, you've got 4 items you could give me. Oh, pardon me, Queen Ashar. Oh, almost all of them. She just didn't give me her staff on this difficulty, but that's okay. It is time to log back on my priest, vendor some stuff, and check to see what our final number is. This stream brought to you by Big Neti Pot and Big Fishing. It's better than Big Pink Garden House. James, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm just about done. I'm just gonna clean up the bags. Take a look at how many pieces of new appearances we got today. Oh, this is my last day farming. I mean, I could do some tomorrow off stream if I want. There's no harm in that, but I don't know. I might go fishing.
My thanks for your patronage.
Oh, why are you so loud? Gosh. Dialogue UI is the add-on modifying my quest window. Dialogue UI. It's nice. Also, pro tip, if you're boiling your own water to make saline for a neti pot, make sure you let it cool down enough before you start sticking it up your face. You only need to do it with uncomfortably hot water once before you realize you've made a big mistake. Alright, all the things. Sad longer streams are ending. I appreciate so much that you guys were supporting me with these. It's been so much fun. It was a cool event. I bet you we'll do it again someday. So we made it. Ooh, we passed a threshold. So yesterday we streamed 4 hours. We got 225 pieces of mog. Today we made it to, I don't know why I'm writing this down. 62. Let me do a little math. And by do a little math, I mean have my computer do the math for me, because what do I look like? $610 new appearances today in the space of 4 hours. Happy, happy, happy. Not too shabby. We ended at 60,162 items, up from a starting point of 59,552. Wow, right? It helps that I need a lot of stuff. I had lots of mog missing. I'm sure we could have kept going and found other raids. Wow, I got a lot of stuff in Eternal Palace, actually. These were at 30s, and we bumped them up to like 70 each. Just one run through them. Yeah, not bad at all. Very fun to watch. Holy smokes. So I'm finished. I'm going to be back next week. I think we're going to have a Goblin rep week. I may try to grind some market research and do anything else, maybe chat list to try to get another Paragon cash mount for whatever Goblin rep we pick next week. A little downtime before the actual patch launches. Back to normal length streams. I appreciate very much the company. Thank you so much for being here. Check out my YouTube if you haven't. I do a video every Saturday and then sometimes extras. I'll put together, I'm going to put together a compilation at some point of all the mounts that drop for me during Collector's Bounties. So that'll be kind of fun. Keep an eye out for it. Thanks, guys, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.